Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resources and the federal, or rather the Canada Petroleum Resources Act.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
For Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be concurred in at report stage. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui...
All those in favor of the motion, please say yea.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis,
in my opinion, the yeas have it.
Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 28, 2019, the division stands deferred until Monday, June 10, 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government bills, commons. Consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters.
Ms. Tassi for Monsieur... Mr. Goodell, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that in relation to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, the House agrees with Amendments 3 and 4 made by the Senate.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1 made by the Senate because the intent of the legislation is to ensure ministerial responsibility and accountability, and the legislation provides that the Intelligence Commissioner must review whether or not the conclusions of the Minister of National Defense when issuing a foreign intelligence authorization are reasonable. Additionally, subsection 20 sub 1 already requires the Commissioner to provide the Minister with reasons for authorizing or rejecting a foreign intelligence authorization request.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 2 made by the Senate because it would limit the scope of subsection 83.221 sub 1 and would create inconsistencies with the general counseling provisions contained in section 22 and paragraphs 464A and B of the Criminal Code. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As many external experts have said, Bill C-59, which is before the House once again, is of extraordinary importance to Canada and the security and intelligence agencies which work every day to keep Canadians safe. During the 2015 election, we promised to correct certain problematic elements in the previous government's national security legislation, Bill C-51. In making that promise, we pledged that a government must be able to protect individual rights while at the same time keeping Canadians safe. This is not about striking a balance whereby rights and safety are traded off one against the other. This is about achieving and protecting both simultaneously. Work on this legislation began very shortly after our government was first sworn into office in late 2015. The time and effort it has taken to get Bill C-59 to the point that it's at today has ensured that this is the right bill at the right time for Canada. We began by examining landmark court rulings such as those issued by Justices Iacobucci, O'Connor, and Major, as well as past reports of the Security Intelligence Review Committee, the Senate, and the House of Commons. And we sought to implement their advice and their rulings. Then we looked at the legal authorities and powers that our security and intelligence agencies have from a modern technological standpoint. The communication security establishment has been part of the Department of National Defense since the end of World War II, with its authorities embedded in the National Defense Act. In 2011, the CSE became a stand-alone agency, but to this day, it still does not have its own enabling legislation with clear delineated powers and authorities that reflect the necessary capabilities of signals intelligence in the modern era. C-59 will fix that. The CSIS Act for the Canadian Security Intelligence Service was written in 1984 following the MacDonald Commission report, and it has been largely left in its original form since that time. To put that in perspective, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in 1984, the Mac computer was first introduced to the public. And if you had a PC instead of a Mac, you ran it on DOS because Bill Gates had not released the first version of Windows yet, back in 1984. If you wanted to be one of the first people to buy a cell phone, you had to pay, in today's dollars, about $10,000 back in 1984. And if you wanted to go online, you used a dial-up modem to access a bulletin board system, or BBS, because the internet with browsers were still a decade away. As Federal Court Justice Noel wrote in 2016, quote, "The CSIS Act is showing its age," end of quote. Suffice it to say that as we looked at the enabling legislation for our security and intelligence agencies, we realized they needed a lot of updating just to catch up to technology. In September of 2016, having done our basic research and homework, we launched a national security green paper outlining the challenges and the opportunities, and we asked Canadians to share their views. As it turned out, we heard back from them in spades. Over 75,000 submissions were received, and all of them are now summarized in an open and transparent manner on the Public Safety website. During that process, we held town halls and public consultations from coast to coast. The Public Safety Committee of the House of Commons also undertook a study and submitted their recommendations to the government.
Then, on June 20th, 2017, after analyzing and synthesizing all of that input, Bill C-59 was tabled in Parliament. We put it in the public domain before the House rose for the summer, so that members of Parliament and the public could truly digest the bill's contents before debate began in Parliament later that fall.
Once the House resumed that fall, the bill was referred to the Public Safety Committee before second reading, allowing them to have more scope for possible amendments. The committee made numerous changes, improving the legislation, including a new requirement for public ministerial directives on receiving or sharing information that may have been tainted by torture. The House passed Bill C-59 on June the 19th, 2018, and sent it to the Senate, where it received even greater scrutiny and several more amendments. Among them, the Senate has amended the legislation to require parliamentary review of the legislation 3 years after royal assent, rather than 5 years as originally proposed. The original intent of the review after 5 years was to take into account that some of the provisions of C-59 may come into force quite a bit down the road, and those parts may not have had the time to mature enough for a fulsome review after just 3 years. However, as I said at the outset, this is a vitally important piece of legislation, and the majority of it will be fully in force in the near term, so a review after 3 years, as proposed by the Senate, is just fine with me. Plus, a review that quickly would ensure that any changes that may be required as a result of the review can happen sooner. The Senate also improved Part 1.1 of the legislation, the new Avoiding Complicity in Mistreatment by Foreign Entities Act. While the bill lists 5 specific agencies involved in national security and intelligence operations that must comply with the provisions of the new act, the Senate has added a schedule. So in future, new departments or agencies might be added by Governor and Council. This could include existing departments with a new national security component or future agencies that might be created. I would also note that the Senate has made 8 observations about Bill C-59, which we will, of course, very carefully examine. I especially like the idea of the Senate undertaking a study that they are proposing on converting intelligence to evidence in a court of law. This is a point that has bedeviled policymakers for years, as well as Crown prosecutors and security and intelligence operators, and it is a topic area that could benefit from detailed Senate examination. Le Sénat également.
The Senate also amended Part 2 of the bill, which creates the new position and office of the Intelligence Commissioner. I thank the Senate for their consideration of this part, but will be asking my colleagues here in the House to respectfully decline this amendment.
The Intelligence Commissioner, under the new legislation, has a vital role to play in determining whether the standard of reasonableness has been met in a foreign intelligence authorization. However, it is not the role of the Intelligence Commissioner to determine how that standard should be met. There may be various different methods to meet the standard, and the choice of which method is to be used must be at the discretion of the minister. There should be no confusion about ultimate accountability. It is important to ensure that the authority and the accountability for a foreign intelligence operation rests squarely with the Minister of Defense. My staff consulted very carefully on this point with the current office of the Commissioner of the Communications Security Establishment, which will ultimately become the new Intelligence Commissioner under C-59, about this particular amendment. And that office of the Commissioner, the current Commissioner, indicated a very strong preference for the existing language in Section 20 of the Future Intelligence Commissioner Act. The future Section 20 was amended by the House Public Safety Committee to require the Commissioner to provide reasons as to why he or she has approved any proposed authorization scheme or rejected it. That, I think, is the right step to take. The Minister of National Defense will consider those reasons when crafting any new authorization application. This approach allows the new commissioner to express his or her views very clearly, while the Minister of Defense will retain the proper authority and accountability. If, in the future, there were to be a situation where an authorization is ever challenged in court, it would be the Minister of Defense, not the Intelligence Commissioner, who is accountable to the court. The minister's argument in court should not be that the authorization scheme was explicitly what the Intelligence Commissioner told him to authorize in order for the CSE to undertake an important activity. In other words, the burden of responsibility should not be shifted to the Intelligence Commissioner. It must remain with the Minister of National Defense, and the Minister of National Defense needs to account for that. With respect to the Criminal Code amendment that has been proposed by the Senate, I very much appreciate what the senators have attempted to do here. I understand very clearly the point they are trying to make, and we've heard the same point from a number of other stakeholders that have come forward with similar questions and concerns. However, I make this point. The courts have set an extremely high bar for convicting individuals of counseling offenses, which is why the language in the Criminal Code needs to be clear and consistent. It must be just as clear for Section 83 terrorism offenses, and it is for Section 22 and Section 464, which cover the counseling of other criminal code offenses. This will help public prosecutors when they make a decision as to whether there is a reasonable chance of conviction in order to proceed to trial. Unfortunately, the changes made by the previous government's Bill C-51 back in 2015 had made the terrorist counseling provisions so obscure that they were never actually used. When C-59 was tabled, the intent was to model the Section 83 terrorism counseling offenses on the other criminal code counseling offenses, which have been well used and successfully and are very familiar to police, prosecutors, and judges alike. The courts have already ruled that the terrorism counseling provisions in the criminal code, which refer to counseling, quote, another person, will apply in Section 83 as well. If Parliament were to make the wording changes on counseling being suggested by the Senate, that could have unintended consequences for the rest of the criminal code's counseling provisions, such as counseling to commit a hate crime. A loophole could inadvertently be created, which I'm sure some very assiduous defense attorney would attempt to exploit for a client facing a charge under Section 464, for example. Further, the use of the term terrorist activity in the amendment, rather than saying, quote, terrorist offense, actually narrows the scope of what will be illegal under the terrorism counseling provisions. Terrorist activity is defined in the interpretation section of Part 2.1 of the Criminal Code, and that definition does not include all terrorism offenses. As an example, leaving Canada to join a terrorist group is an offense under the Criminal Code, but it is not contained within the definition of terrorist activity. As a result of the proposed amendment, it would be legal to counsel someone to travel to Syria to join Daesh. I am sure that is not what is intended by the proposed amendment, Madam Speaker, but that would be the actual consequence, and it's a consequence we need to avoid. As I mentioned, I appreciate the spirit of the amendment, and I've heard other representations to the same effect, but what prosecutors have clearly told me is that if our goal is to have the terrorism counseling provisions used as frequently and effectively as possible, the best way to achieve that is to mirror the language used in the other counseling provisions in the Criminal Code, where the notion of counseling, quote, another person, end of quote, already includes the counseling of an unknown individual. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I would like to remind all of my colleagues of what Parliament is being asked to approve under Bill C-59 generally. We are looking to establish a single national security review body with a government-wide mandate to follow leads from one agency to another, such as from CSIS to the RCMP or elsewhere. This has long been recommended by experts and academics and parliamentary committees. Sometimes it's referred to as the Super CERC, and C-59 does it. We are creating a new act to govern the communications security establishment, which includes a new regime for authorizing its activities for the first time ever. We are creating a closed list of threat reduction activities that CSIS may undertake so that the service has clear direction from Parliament and knows what it can do, what it can't do, and where the fences are. We are creating a justification regime for CSIS that will provide the lawful authorities it needs to perform the activities required to investigate threats and to keep Canadians safe. The same concept with respect to police officers has existed in the Criminal Code for many years. We are also creating a data set regime for the service that will allow it to collect, retain, and query data sets subject to stringent safeguards. We are fixing the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act ensuring that it does not diminish lawful advocacy, protest, and dissent. It will also have greatly improved safeguards to ensure that federal departments share national security information only when it is necessary to do so, following appropriate procedures and keeping proper records. And then, Madam Speaker, there's the no-fly list. And I know that we have all been lobbied on this one. Bill C-59 will enable the creation of a recourse mechanism for people whose names coincidentally match or very closely resemble names that are listed in Canada's Passenger Protect program. This is the infamous problem of false positives, sometimes affecting small children. I want to thank the members of the group that's known as the No-Fly Kids, whose tenacious efforts have kept this issue in the forefront for many parliamentarians, and C-59 is part of the solution. I can assure my colleagues that officials at Public Safety have compressed the timelines as much as humanly and physically possible. The required Treasury Board submissions and other orders in Council required after royal assent of Bill C-59 will be moving as quickly as possible to get that recourse system up and running to deal with that issue for the no-fly kids. Mr. Speaker, that summary, and I notice that I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker, that summary doesn't quite encapsulate everything that's in Bill C-59, but as my colleagues can see, it is a very comprehensive piece of legislation that strengthens and modernizes our national security apparatus and architecture. I want to thank all of the public servants across multiple departments who have worked on this and have appeared before many committees to provide technical answers to parliamentarians. I want to thank the tens of thousands of Canadians who participated in our Green Paper consultation process and the many individuals who continue to provide advice as Bill C-59 moves through the parliamentary process. And most of all, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my parliamentary colleagues who have given this bill the thorough scrutiny that it most certainly deserves, including Senator Gold and his colleagues in the other place who have sent us the report that we are dealing with at this moment and to which we are responding. With this comprehensive legislation, we are in fact achieving our original goal and obligation to keep Canadians safe and secure while simultaneously safeguarding their rights and freedoms and the precious democratic qualities and values that make Canada, Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for your explanations. Yes, Madam Speaker. You have to speak through the Speaker and not the Minister, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank the Minister for his explanations. However, I'm somewhat skeptical still. Skeptical in terms of Section 7. I listened to the Minister's explanations about the terrorism offence section, but the general debate on C-59 versus C-51, even if C-59 is 200-something pages, there are a lot of administrative changes and other costly changes I'll talk about later. But right now, everyone advised, well, experts in national security, the Conservatives, and our amendments, and the Senate through an amendment that saying that the government's way of doing things was wrong. But they seem to think they have the best solution. But at the end of the line, my question is, do they just want to respect their election promise to absolutely reform C-51?
Mr. Speaker, the purposes of Bill C-59 are threefold. First of all, to address the deficiencies that existed in previous legislation, including Bill C-51, but other pieces of legislation as well. There were errors or omissions that needed to be fixed, and Bill C-59 does that. Secondly, Bill C-59 introduces a broad range of new accountability mechanisms through the new National Security and Intelligence review agency, for example, the creation of the new intelligence commissioner, and a number of other procedures in Bill C-59 to improve transparency and accountability throughout our national security architecture. And thirdly, the legislation seeks to clarify and confirm legal and constitutional authorities so that our security and intelligence agencies, whether that's CSIS or the CSE or the RCMP or CBSA or any others in the Government of Canada that deal with national security and intelligence issues, so that they know explicitly where they stand, what their authorities are, where the fences are, what they can do and they can't do. This legislation works very hard to accomplish all three of those objectives.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Belleuil.
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. I have two questions for him. First, about the amendments that are in front of us that were sent back from the Senate. Perhaps I'm going to spend a bit of time looking at one of the details of this bill, but I just wanted to identify the government's approach and go back to what my colleague said. This shouldn't be a partisan process, but there is somewhat of a partisan approach, because during the review process of the legislation, we went to a 3-year period. I presented the same amendments in committee and they were rejected, and now the Senate's proposing the same amendments and now we're accepting them. So why did the minister change his mind about a kind of banal detail, even though this was presented in committee? Second question about Canadian Border Services. The minister says that as soon as he took power, that he would have a review committee in place to look at CBSA. Now we're having a bill to do this at the 11th hour, and it hasn't even been sent to committee yet, and that there's little chance of it being adopted. If we were going to table an omnibus bill, could we not have included this in it for people to have a recourse if they are turned away from the border?
Madam Speaker, first of all, on the first point about the review period, what is critically important is that the principle is being embedded in the legislation that the entire national security and intelligence architecture of the Government of Canada, from end to end, needs to be revisited again at some period after the passage of this legislation. This is groundbreaking legislation that accomplishes more change within the security and intelligence system than perhaps ever before in our history. And it is important that that set of decisions that we are making in Bill C-59 be revisited periodically in the future to make sure that we continue to get it right. The original proposal that the government had made was to do this after 5 years. There was a discussion in the committee about maybe moving it up to 3. It was a compressed time frame, but a doable time frame. The government maintained the view that 5 would be a good frame within which to accomplish that review. The Senate came back to the same point that had been raised by the honourable gentleman, saying 3 is a better figure. I'm prepared to...
Honourable Minister, I do have to allow for more questions, and maybe he could include additional comments on the next one. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for his clarification, but one of the things he didn't really clarify, my colleague asked about Part 7. I want to ask him about threat disruption, because Part 7 raises the threshold for recognizant orders and peace bonds, making it more difficult for law enforcement to disrupt threats before they occur. This section proposes to change the criminal code from the peace officer suspects on reasonable grounds that the detention of a person in custody is likely to prevent a terrorist activity to the peace officer suspects on reasonable grounds that the detention of a person in custody is necessary to prevent terrorist activity. And my question for the minister is this. This is an extremely high bar, and when times are very short, our Conservative bill, C-51, aligned with our allies, including countries like Norway and Finland. And why has the minister made it more difficult for information sharing, but also taken away the reasonableness that it's in agreement with our allies as far as that point?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman will find that the whole pattern of our amendments to national security law over the last 3.5 years has been, in fact, to become more aligned rather than less aligned with our allies. For example, our allies have had for years the concept of a parliamentary mechanism for reviewing security and intelligence activities. Canada has never had that until this House passed Bill C-22 and created the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. All of our allies had that. We didn't. We changed the law, and now that provision exists. The point I was about to finish on the previous question was actually to give my colleague, the member for Chambly, some credit for actually having raised the 3-year number in the first place. And now that it's going to be in the law, I think he can assume both some credit and some responsibility for that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Belay-Chambly. A brief question, please.
I do want to come back to the second question that I posed to him in my first round, which is regarding CBSA. CBSA, as colleagues in the House know, is the only national security agency, if you want to call it that doesn't have its own dedicated review or oversight body. The minister is proposing one in C-98, and I just want to know why he didn't do it in this legislation when it's been promised for a number of years now. And the fact is that C-98, which hasn't even gone to committee in the House yet, much less been brought to the Senate, is seeming less and less likely to be adopted, and we know it's an important mechanism that's required.
A brief answer from the minister.
Madam Speaker, the reason is because the subject matter is different. Any security or intelligence activities of CBSA will in fact be reviewable under the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and under the provisions of Bill C-59. What remains to be done, and this is the subject of Bill C-98, is for a review mechanism for the activities of CBSA that do not relate to national security and intelligence. That's what C-98 covers. The intelligence and security part of CBSA is covered by C-59 and by the previous Bill C-22.
Before I go to resuming debate, I just want to send a reminder out there that when we're doing questions and comments, it's preferable that individuals do it within the 1 minute mark. I should be able to get 5 questions in. So I would just ask that the preambles and the explanations be compressed into the 1 minute to allow others, because there's quite a few people that want to ask questions. So I would just ask that those questions and comments be done within the 1 minute mark, or else I will have to cut people off to allow for that healthy debate. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I'm here to talk about C-59. C-59 is a bill that is an omnibus bill. Has 9 parts that are important. And I listened to the minister's speech, which discussed the Senate amendments. And before I mention the Senate, I'd like to talk about C-59. Madam Speaker, the problem, as I said from the beginning, is that C-59, well, several parts of it, are administrative. They're transforming very agencies for communications and intelligence, but the prime objective of C-59 was to review C-51, which was established by the Conservatives. And this bill tried to fight terrorism. It wanted to ensure that people who were trying to conduct terrorist activities in Canada were intercepted, arrested, and, well, this omnibus bill has sections that are okay, things that should be done, various amendments. Some of them are very heavy in terms of administrative obligations, but once again, it is a bill on national security. When we talk about public security, people expect the government to be efficient, to protect its citizens. We have to make sure that criminals are intercepted.
So we were of the view, and still are of the view, despite the minister's remarks, that C-59 limits CSIS's ability to counter terrorist threats and to protect national security. It raises the bar for obtaining a peace bond with conditions as well. So ultimately, this complicates things. Bill C-59 will complicate things for our CSIS officers and people at CSEC. It complicates the exchange of information. It will overburden an already cumbersome administrative process for officers who are working out there on a daily basis on national security. There will be further impediments to their work. So there's part one of the bill that is surveillance activities. That's fine. Part two enacts the commissioner position, and it does away with the commissioner's control over CSEC, so it transfers everything from CSEC to the CERC, from the CERC to the new commissioner. And then there's part three of the bill. We don't have any real problems with that part, as in the extent that it makes things more efficient. Part four has to do with CSIS and reducing threats to whether or not a warrant is needed. So that could mean that a CSIS officer needs a warrant in order to provide, to try to disrupt conspiracies. So at times, officers will feed false information into an informant to make sure that that information gets through to the conspirators to try to disrupt their plotting. That is a method that's used by officers in the field. But now warrants will be required. It'll make it more complicated. Officers will have to fill out more paperwork instead of being out there in the field doing their work. Part 5 amends another piece of legislation. This was the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act, which the Conservatives enacted. And this provides for the sharing of information that could affect national security. Now, this is in response to a criticism of C-51 that private, confidential information about individuals could be shared inappropriately. And now that information sharing will be much more restrictive, and it will lead to the silo approach, which was heavily criticized in the past. Part 6 is the best part, and we support that fully. Part 6 has to do with the problem of the no-fly list. We have no problem with that. People whose names appear on a no-fly list and happen to be very similar to other people's names. So that will help solve that problem, and we fully support Part 6. Part 7 amends the criminal code when it comes to counseling terrorist activities, and it provides for a maximum penalty of 5 years, including the ability to impose a peace bond on an offender. Part 8 amends the Young Offenders Act, including peace bonds for youth involved in terrorist activities, and it gives police officers access to criminal records of youth. And once again, that part is not problematic in our view. Part 9 requires a review of this legislation a number of years down the road. So out of 9 parts of C-59, Part 6, the no-fly list, we support that fully. But for the other parts, there's a lot of stuff in there that makes the administrative processes more cumbersome. There's more red tape, more paperwork. So in our view, the Minister and the Prime Minister are weakening our security forces' ability to protect Canadians. This bill will make it trickier for law enforcement to protect Canadians because it'll make it harder to thwart any threats. So this is dangerous and naive. Instead of fighting against radicalization, the Liberals are making it easier for those who might seek to radicalize people. The Conservatives take national security seriously, and that's why we wanted to make our legislation tougher and bring it into line with our allies, modernize it. This bill actually reduces our forces' ability to reduce the terrorist threat. And accordingly, the Liberals are putting Canadian safety in jeopardy. Coming back to the amendments proposed by the Senate, I was happy to see 4 amendments proposed by our senators who took the time to do serious work on C-59. They heard from witnesses. And the Senate, as we know, it has a Liberal/independent majority. So one would expect the amendments to rarely be consistent with what Conservatives would propose. But in this case, we actually agree with all the amendments. And what about the government response? The government has responded. Well, 2 of the amendments were proposed by Conservative senators, and those were rejected by the Liberals. Coming back to the amendment that sought to clarify the notion of counseling a terrorist activity, and that's the very crux of our problem with C-59. For the benefit of television viewers, I'd like to be a bit more specific here. The bill would change the definition of any person knowingly or directly or indirectly counseling a person to commit a terrorist activity, and it goes on. Now it will be changed to say any person who counsels a particular person to carry out the terrorist activity. What's the purpose of that change? They just wanted to change C-51 because it was a conservative piece of legislation. But was that change an improvement? No. And the senators even identified the problem. They put their finger on it. They took the time to listen to the witnesses, and they proposed that the government essentially keep the same definition that we had created. The minister says C-51, there'd been no charges laid. Well, no charges were laid. Is that because there was no problem? Because people were aware of the legislation and that the police could intervene? Is that why nothing happened? No charges were laid? But now if it's weakened, is that going to open the door? I see the minister laughing. Why have there been no charges laid? I don't have that information. Maybe the minister has more information.
An opportunity to ask questions and comments, and I would ask him to hold on to his thoughts and make sure that way he can build up on what he wants to ask to the honourable member. The
honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this Friday morning, I will keep going. So the Liberals presented a motion saying that they would only accept 2 Senate amendments and reject the other 2. And the two accepted amendments are rather administrative in nature. They said they couldn't support these amendments because, rather, we can't support this response because it will weaken our forces' ability to respond to terrorist threats and to deal with them. As I said, that's the crux of the problem. In terms of our Senate amendments, the first amendment deals with the commissioner when it comes to international information. And it says if the commissioner determines that the conclusions referred to in Section 13 are not reasonable in respect of an authorization, but would be reasonable if a specific condition were added to that authorization. And it gives the commissioner 2 options. We're in favor of that amendment because it would improve the bill. It would allow for increased communication between the commissioner and the minister. And it was also an amendment that we had proposed at the National Security Committee. Unfortunately, that was rejected by the government. The other amendment has to do with counseling a terrorist activity. And as I said before, in the whole criminal code, just these few terms make a big difference. Some witnesses felt that counseling was overly restrictive. And we're in favor of this amendment because it would clarify things. It would make much clearer what was meant by counseling a terrorist activity. And for the offense to be committed, it's not necessary for the accused to have known the identity of the person he was counseling to commit the terrorist activity, and for the perpetrator to know that it was a terrorist activity. So this would cover online terrorist propaganda. But once again, the government rejected this amendment when it was proposed by senators who have, in the Senate, of course, a majority of liberal/independent senators. So this bill remains deficient. Despite our unconditional support for Part 6, we cannot support Bill C-59 in its entirety. These shortcomings are significant. Another significant shortcoming is when it comes to warrants. And here, again, it will make it more difficult for police to intervene because of the requirement for a warrant. So a CSIS officer out in the field would need a warrant in order to feed someone false information in order to disrupt terrorist planning. And there's also a provision about notifying parents when their child is in the process of being radicalized. There's also an increased burden, both administratively and financially, for officers to do the paperwork that will be required. Part 5 was created in reaction to privacy concerns when it comes to sharing information with other countries about activities. And once again, this will lead to a siloed approach. Madam Speaker, when Canadians look at their government, they see all kinds of bureaucrats, all kinds of departments, and they say one department is not talking to another. And this bill actually hinders cross-departmental communication. And this, the loser is going to be national security. Officials need to be able to speak to one another. And if barriers are created, if silos are created, that's harmful. And all the experts express concerns about that, but the government refuses to budge. And another point that's important is in Part 7, when talking about neutralizing threats, Part 7 raises the bar on peace bonds that would change the criminal code. Instead of reasonable grounds to suspect, the proposed change to the criminal code would say reasonable grounds to suspect that imposing a peace bond on the person is necessary. Rather than likely, the word is changed to necessary to prevent a terrorist activity. So you may have serious doubts, there may be real grounds that something is likely, that there's likely to be a terrorist activity. Now the officer has to be sure, it has to be necessary to prevent a terrorist activity. So that's a higher threshold. And terrorists, as you know, Madam Speaker, they move fast. They prepare. It may take months to think about and plan, but others may move quite quickly. They may decide from one day to the next. And so officers have to be able to react quickly. But this bill makes things more cumbersome for officers. And C-51 was an effort to bring our tools into line with what our allies have in terms of protecting freedom and security at the same time. But we cannot support this bill because, once again, it's just an effort to undo what Conservatives did to protect Canadians. I propose that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the first word "that" and replacing it with the following: when the amendments proposed by the Senate to C-59 are accepted and the bill is withdrawn. Thank you.
Alors, l'amendement est recevable.
The amendment is in order. We'll just wait a minute.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Godin, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the first word "that" and replacing them with the following: that the review of the amendments proposed by the Senate to Bill C-59, an act concerning national security matters, be accepted and the bill withdrawn. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
Carry to the Minister of International Trade and Diversification.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I remember after the Conservative Party, when they were in government, passed Bill C-51, there was a lot of criticism by legal experts that the definition of counseling to terrorism was too broad and opens up the door to a lot of questionable practices. And then, lo and behold, the Conservative Party promotes an ad that quotes a video from a terrorist organization. And ironically, a lot of legal experts said the Conservative government was violating its own law. So my question to my colleague, I have two questions. First, does he think it's wise to quote a terrorist organization in an ad? Second, doesn't he agree with me that having a clearer definition is better?
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. Is it reasonable? I think so. And I think the criminal code should include a list of terrorist organizations. I think we should call things for what they are. As for the definition, committing an act, blah, 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 our top priority should always be efficiency and effectiveness in arresting people who are planning terrorist activities. The honourable member will have 8 minutes and 30 seconds for questions and comments after question period when we resume debate.
Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the voters of Nanaimo Ladysmith for putting their faith in me. It's an honor to be here in this place, and I pledge to work hard and do my best to represent my constituents. I would also like to thank my campaign staff and volunteers for working so hard to help me get elected, and my family for their support, inspiration, and guidance. We face a lot of challenges in Nanaimo Ladysmith, but we also have a lot of opportunities to create the kind of community and world that we want our children and grandchildren to inherit. As a society, we can do better to ensure that our most vulnerable citizens are better cared for. We have a caring community, but we need is more government support. Climate change represents a major security and economic threat. People in Nanaimo Ladysmith are stepping up to do what they can, but we need the government to show the political courage for stronger greenhouse gas targets and drive the transition to a clean, green energy economy. Together, we can do this.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, today I'm pleased to speak about an organization that works to improve the lives of those aged 50 and over. It's called Café Liberté 50. It's in Saint-Philippe, and it's celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. It was founded in 2009 by Maurice Bisson and Gilles Tardif, and the café started out with just 20 members. Its mission is to entertain seniors with various activities and outings throughout the year. Now, 10 years later, the organization has clearly expanded significantly from its humble beginnings, and it now includes over 200 members. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to support organizations like Café Liberté 50. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to promote our New Horizons program, which also helps seniors have more fulfilling lives. I encourage everyone over the age of 50 who wants to feel less isolated to sign up for this program right away. Let's be proud of our seniors, and congratulations to Café Liberté 50 on its 10th anniversary. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Brooks Bandits fans know their team is top in the Alberta Junior Hockey League. The Bandits won the national championship in 2013, made it to the championship in 2015 and 2017. They won 4 AJL titles in the recent years. This year we are hosting the national champions and fan expectations were high. Unlike this Prime Minister, the Bandits delivered. The Bandits shattered multiple records this season, 57-3, an unprecedented 30-0 at home, 33-game winning streak, a new record for points earned in the season, new record for wins overall. They scored the most goals in this league in decades. They lived up to their promise by winning their 5th AJHL title in 8 years. And to cap it off, they won the National Junior Championship hosted in the hometown of Brooks. The hardest championship to win in sports, to win with 133 teams competing. The Brooks Bandits fans expected nothing less. Unlike this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the Brooks Bandits as good as advertised.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the 75th anniversary of D-Day, the largest seaborne invasion in history. On that day, the men of the North Shore Regiment landed on the beaches of Normandy, and many of them did not return home to New Brunswick. One such soldier was Major Archie McNaughton, a farmer from Black River Bridge. Archie enlisted during the First World War and did not hesitate to do so again in World War II. His story has inspired a new Heritage Minute, a short film that honors the wartime contribution by New Brunswick's storied North Shore Regiment. C'est justement...
And it was this story, Madam Speaker, that inspired over 200 students and teachers from my riding, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Dufour from the North Shore Regiment, to travel to France for the D-Day commemorations. Like everyone from Miramichi Grand Lake, I'm so grateful to these brave young men who 75 years ago made the ultimate sacrifice so that we could live in freedom and prosperity. We will remember them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, last week a newborn orca was spotted swimming near Tofino by my good friends John Ford and Jennifer Stephen. I can't think of a better way to observe World Oceans Day than to congratulate the entire pod and celebrate this sign of hope and renewal for our oceans. At the same time, the survival rate of newborn orcas is only about 50% during their first year of life. May we resolve today on World Oceans Day, on all sides of this House, to take all actions necessary to ensure a healthy environment for this baby orca. Let's get the plastics out of its waters. Let's protect and preserve the interdependent species on which these whales depend. A major and complex undertaking, to be sure, but nothing less will give real meaning to the World Oceans Day, and nothing less will allow the celebration of more baby orcas to come.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to recognize Rabbi Howard Finkelstein, who was with Beit Tikwa Synagogue in Nepean for the last 28 years. I wish Rabbi Howard and his wife Rivka all the very best in their retirement. Also wish to recognize Ted Bransfield, member of Bell's Corners Legion. Ted was recently awarded Legionnaire of the Year. Ted has sat down with 387 veterans to help with their benefits and claims. He is also actively involved with Pearly Redo and Redo Veterans Healthcare Center. Also wish to recognize 4 Nepean churches that participated in this year's Big Give: Bible Way Ministries, Woodvale Pentecostal Church, Good Shepherd Church, and the Metropolitan Bible Church. This annual event supports those who are less fortunate by giving away all donated items free of cost. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, this past weekend, my family and I had the pleasure of attending the 10th annual Calgary Ukrainian Festival in my riding of Calgary-Midnapore. As both my husband and my mother come from Ukrainian backgrounds, it is something that we look forward to every year. The 2-day annual festival provides an opportunity to showcase not only Ukrainian arts, cuisine, entertainment, and culture, but genuine, warm, and energetic Ukrainian hospitality. As Albertans, we are aware of how much Ukrainians have added to our province and to our country. They are hard-working, loyal, and kind people. As Conservatives, we have always supported Ukraine. Our previous Conservative government was one of the first voices on the international stage to offer explicit support for the Ukrainian people in their struggle to restore democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. And our leader has reaffirmed that commitment will only grow stronger under our next Conservative government. I want to thank all of the organizers, including Chris Licia and Mike, for making my family and I feel so welcome last weekend, and congratulate them on a decade of honoring Ukrainian culture.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Spadina Fort York, I'm proud this term to work to secure funding to build a more affordable, a more beautiful, a more creative city to live, work, and play in. It begins with housing, $1.3 billion to repair and build new public housing, including new funding for an 80-unit facility on the waterfront in my riding. On transit, $4.9 billion for the TTC has been delivered, and that's supplied a new streetcar line between Cherry Street and Dufferin in the riding, as well as supporting the King Street pilot project, and of course extending Toronto's bike share program. Our riding's natural beauty is benefiting from close to $1 billion invested in naturalizing the Don River, delivering new parks and flood-protecting parts of my riding, and most of all of downtown Toronto. As MP, I've also secured millions of dollars in new funding for Harbourfront Centre, OCAD University, George Brown College, and so many more, including Artscape. But the best part of being a Spadina Fort York MP is the progress we've made on poverty. There's almost 50% fewer single mums living in poverty in Toronto than when we first got elected. That's real change. Better is possible.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure and pride to rise to commemorate the first ever Filipino Heritage Month in Canada in this month of June. This is a long overdue recognition for a community, indeed the fastest growing community in Canada now for several years. Given their contributions when it comes to music, to food, to entrepreneurialism and culture, I can think of great festivals like the Taste of Manila, PIDC, Mabuhay Festival, Proudly Pinoy, Pinoy Radio, other businesses like FV Foods, Kabalan, Cuisina Lounge. All of that is so richly to the social fabric of Canada. I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I also didn't note the loss of a great leader in the Filipino community, Consul General Prospero, who I had the honor of serving with in Toronto. Not only did she serve the Kababayan, but she was a great friend to Canada, and through you, Madam Speaker, and through the ambassador to Canada from the Philippines, we express our condolences. We want to celebrate the Filipino culture. Mabuhay!
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
I rise today to honor the life and passion of Kim Samart, who passed away after a courageous and faith-filled battle with cancer. Kim and I met some 20 years ago attending the same church with kids the same age. But what really drew Kim and I together was our sole political goal of defeating Liberals. Kim loved politics, and we knocked on many doors, made many phone calls, and raised money in the riding of St. Boniface with the purpose of electing Conservatives. But Kim was passionate about much more than just politics. She loved God, she adored her family, including her church family at Springs, but she especially loved her husband, Pat, and their kids, Josh, Jordana, and Jamie. Kim always had the most beautiful smile on her face, laughter in her voice, and light in her eyes, even through some of her most difficult physical battles. That light and that smile will be very much missed. I love you, Kim, and I'm going to be thinking of you during the election campaign in October, because if there is any politicking going on in heaven, I know you'll be leading the Conservative charge and cheering us on all the way.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Madam Speaker, June is National Indigenous History Month. I would like to invite all Canadians, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike, to join me in celebrating the culture, heritage, and contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in Canada. The celebration of National Indigenous History Month marks a time of honor, reflect on, and to recognize the rich heritage and cultural diversity of Indigenous peoples. It also aims to foster respect, understanding, and appreciation across the country. On June 21st, in honor of National Indigenous Peoples Day, events will take place from coast to coast to coast. I encourage everyone to share in the celebration by participating in activities planned in their local area. And finally, I would like to invite everyone to participate in the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte powwow on August 10th and 11th. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Madam Speaker, this year, one of the most important organizations in my riding, the Club Optimiste de Hull, is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Many things were created 50 years ago: the Internet, ATMs, the Beatles album Abbey Road, and even a certain member of Parliament for Hull-Aylmer. 50 years deserves a celebration. So I'd like to thank this diverse team for their work in helping develop young people's potential in Hull. The organization helps young people from Hull by providing scholarships, by providing mentoring, and physical and social development opportunities. To the Club Optimiste de Hull, congratulations on your 50 years of service. Long live the Club d'Optimistes.
The honourable member for Calgary-Signal Hill.
Madam Speaker, I recently prepared and distributed a report card to constituents on my 4 years as a Member of Parliament. And while I was preparing that report card, I thought, what would the Prime Minister's report card look like? Well, let me tell you, it was 4 years of failure, Madam Speaker, because we have 4 deficit budgets.
Order. I'll have the member restart. I would just ask members to please hold on to their applause or excitement until after the member has finished. The honourable member for Calgary-Signal Hill.
Madam Speaker, I'll start again. As I said, I spent some time preparing a report card for constituents on my 4 years as Member of Parliament. And while I was doing that, I was thinking about what the Prime Minister's report card would look like. Well, let's look at the Prime Minister's past 4 years. We've had 4 years of massive budget deficits when it was promised that we'd have a balanced budget in 2019. We had 4 slaps on the wrist by the Ethics Committee. No, sorry, 3 slaps on the wrist. One was the Finance Minister because he forgot about his French villa. We had 4 women kicked out of the Liberal caucus. No, it was 3 women kicked out of the Liberal caucus because they stood up to this Prime Minister. And then we had the meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan, or was it the Prime Minister of China? Madam Speaker, F on this report card for failure. This Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Madam Speaker, by working together, our government, our international and local partners have made huge strides in improving the health, nutrition and rights of the most poorest and most vulnerable around the world. Earlier this week, our government announced that we will invest $1.4 billion a year for the health and rights of women, adolescents and children, $700 million of which will go specifically towards sexual and reproductive health rights. It reflects Canada's commitment to working hard to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and we believe firmly that only way to achieve this is by advancing gender equality. We need to tear down many social, cultural, and structural barriers that hold women and girls back by limiting their choices and possibilities. Together, we will make sure that women and girls have the resources, the opportunities, and the tools that they need to be empowered and to succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, it's been an honor to serve. My political career began long before I was first elected. In 1995, I swam the 1,400-kilometer length of the Fraser River to draw attention to the issues impacting the health of the watershed. That swim changed my life and started me on a path that led me here. In 2002, I was elected to Coquitlam City Council. In 2009, thanks to NDP leader Jack Layton, I was elected Member of Parliament. Now I'm returning to the work that brought me here in the first place. The Fraser Watershed Initiative is a multi-year campaign to heal and protect the entire watershed, 1/4 of British Columbia, bringing together First Nations, local governments, NGOs, and others. Madam Speaker, while I'm excited about getting back to work on the Fraser, I can't leave this place without saying thanks to my NDP colleagues, friends, staff, volunteers, family, and especially my wife, Linda. Thank you to MPs from all parties who I've worked with over the years, the guards, clerks, and all the staff on the Hill. And thank you to the people of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra. It has truly been an honor to serve.
Wow. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Madam, I would like to reintroduce you to the Liberal leader of 2015. He promised modest deficits, GST removal from social housing, to respect Parliament, to empower committees free from government interference, an open and transparent government, to take climate change seriously, a non-partisan Senate, to end first past the post, and to top it off, he promised sunny ways. On these promises and so much more, he failed to deliver. Madam Speaker, the Liberal leader stepped into the office of the Prime Minister in 2015 with voters being sold a bill of goods. But Canadians will not be fooled twice. He does not understand his failed policies and the negative impact that they have on Canadian families. Madam Speaker, Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Cancel.
Madam Speaker, there are 338 members of Parliament in this chamber. That's 338 families that are directly affected by how this place operates. I've been blessed. I've had the good fortune to marry a smart, hardworking, beautiful, and caring, independent woman in my wife, Lynn. Her three sons, Mitch, Scott, and Brad, have grown into wonderful young men we are both very proud of. We received tremendous support from my parents, from Lynn's folks, our sisters and brothers, and close friends. But make no mistake, Lynn, for the most part, raised the boys as a single mom. As I wrap up 19 years in this place, I offer a challenge to members from all parties who will return. On this specific issue, peel back the silly pettiness and gamesmanship. Look beyond the scoring of any cheap political gain and make this place work for our families. I'm certain even first-term members here can see the inefficiencies in this place and the squandering of time and resources. As incredible an honor as it is to serve in this place, each and every member's first priority has to be with their family, so let's make this place work for our families.
The honourable member for, oral questions, questions orales, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, it's only been a short time since Premier Kenney, a newly elected Conservative Premier, has taken office, and already he's keeping his promises. The elimination of the carbon tax has led to among the lowest gas prices in all of Canada. Meanwhile, in neighbouring British Columbia, which has the carbon tax model the Prime Minister seeks to replicate, had prices that reach almost $1.80 a litre, something the Prime Minister says is exactly what we want. So, clear question and in search of a clear answer. What will be the full and final increase in gas prices when this government's carbon tax is increased?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member is once again misleading Canadians about the impact of our plan to put a price on pollution. I would invite him to take a look at today's job reports, which noted that there was 27,000 additional jobs added to the Canadian economy, bringing unemployment to the lowest level that we have ever seen in Canada. Madam Speaker, I know that the province of Saskatchewan has actually commissioned a report that they have buried when they realize that our plan to price pollution will not have a drag on the economy. In the first 2 months or any indication, we know that we can bring our emissions down, create jobs at the same time, and make life more affordable for families.
The honourable member for Carleton.
No, they don't want to answer the question because they don't want Canadians to know how expensive life will become when this carbon tax is fully and finally implemented. In fact, the total price is not even known for the year 2023, only 4 years away. We know already, though, that Alberta has seen its gas prices drop to among the lowest in the entire country, and the places with higher carbon taxes are paying more at the pump. The average Canadian family is $200 away from insolvency. They can't afford to pay $2 a litre for gas. But is that how high gas prices are going when this Liberal plan is finally implemented?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Once again, if you actually look at the facts, you can see that our plan is taking effect and it's making life more affordable for families. When I look at the Parliamentary Budget Office report, he confirmed that 8 out of 10 families in the member's own province are going to be better off as a result of our plan. I'd also direct him to recent reports that show that Doug Ford's plan in Ontario to fight climate change is less effective and twice as expensive for Canadian households. We found a way to bring emissions down, have incredible job growth like we witnessed in the province of British Columbia just last month, and make life more affordable for his constituents.
Only a Liberal would think life becomes more affordable when gas prices go up. In fact, that's what the Prime Minister said. Asked about $1.70 a litre gas prices in the province of British Columbia, he said, "This is exactly what we want." But Canadians without trust funds know that high gas prices hurt their bottom line. That's why families are on average $200 away from insolvency today. Why won't they answer the question? It's a simple and factual one. What will be the full and final increase in the price of gas when this Liberal carbon tax is completely implemented?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
The honourable member knows that our price is going to $50 a tonne by 2022. It's been on our website. I've told him that a number of times. The reason life is being made more affordable as a result of our plan is because we introduced the Climate Action Incentive, which puts $307 in the average family of four in that community. I'd be curious if he's spoken to his leader, who potentially chose to file his taxes in Saskatchewan, where he could get a bigger bump from the Climate Action Incentive. Madam Speaker, the honourable member is convinced that misleading Canadians is the right strategy. I find honesty works. We can bring our emissions down and make life more affordable.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. How can this government be happy to impoverish Canadian taxpayers? Honest workers have on average $800 less in their pockets now, and the Liberals are rejoicing. Millions of Canadians do not earn enough to pay their bills and debts. Worse still, Madam Speaker, this government has jeopardized the future of our children and grandchildren by leaving an $8 billion deficit. Will the Liberals stop wasting Canadians' money? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all the respect for my colleague, and I do have a lot of respect for him, he should know, Madam Speaker, that since we've been in power, an average four-person family has $2,000 more now in their pockets than under the Harper administration. We didn't help out millionaire families or wealthy Canadians. We have a much more inclusive plan. And in his riding, they voted against a measure that has allowed more than 12,000 families to receive more than $5,700 tax-free. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I have also a lot of respect for my colleague, but what hypocrisy. They cut tax credits for young people who do sports and cultural activities. They give money with one hand and take it back with another, the Liberals. Canadian families are an average of $800 worse off now. It is irresponsible and dishonest to Canadian families. When will the Liberals stop wasting Canadians' hard-earned money? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, what's dishonest is that they cited a study from the Fraser Institute, which has been denounced by many. Well, the Canada Child Benefit helps many children in his riding, and it's making a major difference. It's insulting to say that about the CCB. Well, the tax credit for transit, what was this tax credit? We're talking about $13 a month when you fill up. That's out the forms. That's nothing compared to the CCB. The Honourable Member for Belley-Chambly. KPMG's clients accused of tax evasion are getting off again with a free pass. Once again, the Liberals are granting them tax amnesty. The privileged are well served by this government. And if they get into trouble, a friendly arrangement can always be found. Madam Speaker, what I want to know is whether the Liberals will stop offering preferential treatment and finally applying the same tax rules to everyone. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evaders. Out-of-court settlements are reached through a fully independent process within the Canada Revenue Agency in collaboration with the Department of Justice. And this is to ensure the integrity of our tax system. And while we understand that settlements can be used appropriately in certain circumstances, the ministers directed the CRA to review its processes to allow for greater transparency on the reasons why a settlement is reached. Tax fairness is a fundamental pillar of our system. Canadians have seen improvements through the recent tax filing season, helping to ensure Canadians get the benefits and credits that they are entitled to. We are delivering.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, families across this country are just trying to make ends meet with skyrocketing housing costs, out-of-pocket health care, childcare, and the very basic of necessities. Instead of getting relief, the Liberal minister again is granting amnesty to KPMG clients accused of avoiding paying their fair share of taxes. When will this end? The government's priority is clearly their wealthy friends and not the everyday hardworking people of this country. So when will this Liberal government be accountable for their actions and take care of the people who work hard for our country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Madam Speaker, I just want to remind Canadians that our government is firmly committed to supporting Canadians, making sure that their benefits and credits that they are entitled to are coming to them, and that's the improvements that we've been making in the CRA. But I also want to remind the member about the 1.5% reduction in the federal tax rate that's benefiting the majority of Canadians, and the increases to the Canada Child Benefit that we made tax-free, that it helps 9 out of 10 families. The improvements that we've been making for Canadians have benefited. Majority of families are getting $2,000 better off than they were under the previous government. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, we're talking about tax evasion and about the real underlying issue, which is who are they going to care for, the wealthiest or the most vulnerable? And that goes back to Service Canada, who lacks sufficient staff right now, causing applications from seniors to go unprocessed for years. A constituent recently shared with me her experience of applying for OAS and her survivor benefits over 2 years ago. And while she asked for updates many times, 944 days later, nothing has been done. Until Service Canada gets the appropriate resources, seniors of this country will continue to suffer. Can the minister please explain to the seniors of this country why this continues to happen?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak about the strong work that our government has been doing for seniors. The member is mentioning OAS and GIS. While we restored the age of eligibility of OAS and GIS, we moved it from 67 to 65. This prevented 100,000 seniors from going into poverty. We increased the GIS for the most vulnerable single seniors. This has a positive impact on 900,000 seniors and lifted 57,000 seniors out of poverty. Other areas, Madam Speaker, $55 billion in a national housing strategy, $6 billion in home care and palliative care, because we know seniors want to age in place. We're going to continue to work hard for seniors.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, the eligibility age has little importance when people have to wait for up to 2 years in some cases for OAS. We have to look at dignity for seniors. And the reality is that Service Canada doesn't have enough resources to manage OAS and GIS. I'd like to ask the minister a question. Can the Liberals finally stop saying this and really help out seniors so that they can benefit from OAS with dignity and benefit from this what they deserve?
Thank you very much. We are very focused on making sure that Service Canada responds more quickly and more appropriately to inquiries. In fact, we've improved response times, but there's still a lot of work to do, and the recent Auditor General's report has pointed us in a good direction. On the issue of OAS and CPP and automatic enrollment in GIS, we've taken steps to make sure that seniors are automatically enrolled through the tax system, to make sure that they get the benefits they're entitled to and retire with dignity. We've also invested heavily in reforms to CPP and changes to GIS to make sure they get more money as they enroll automatically. We're committed to making sure seniors are taken care of properly. Yes.
The honourable member for Barrie in this bill.
Canada-China relations are now at their worst level since Ottawa established diplomatic relations with Communist China in 1970. The Chinese president refuses to take the Prime Minister's calls, while the foreign minister's attempts to contact our Chinese counterpart has been met with silence. All this is happening while Canadians are unlawfully detained and China continues to punish Canadian farmers and producers. Now the Prime Minister is saying he hopes to meet with the Chinese president in 3 weeks. He should have done that 6 months ago. Will the Prime Minister tell us how he expects to get a meeting with the Chinese president when he's put himself in such a weak position to do so?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's make no mistake about this. Canada has made its positions very clearly well known to the people of China and the government of China. Our government takes every opportunity to advocate for Canadians, their interests, and especially detained Canadians. Just 2 weeks ago, a parliamentary delegation went to China. We raised the issue of Canadians detained. I was on that delegation. Unfortunately, the Conservatives and the NDP sent no one. We raised the issue of detained Canadians, of human rights. We raised the issue of canola and of pork. We will do our job. We'll protect Canadians and their interests.
The Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Exactly, Madam Speaker. Since these Liberals visited China, the situation has gotten even worse.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, farmers and processors in my riding are paying for this Liberal government's failures. China is continuing to unfairly target Canada and is now taking aim at our pork producers. Now the Prime Minister is saying he might talk to the Chinese president in 3 weeks. This crisis has been going on for 6 months, Madam Speaker. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up for our ranchers and farmers and support our Canadian agricultural industry?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, I can assure you that our thoughts are with our canola and pork producers. Since the very beginning, we've attacked this issue on various fronts, and we've worked in cooperation with the industry, with farmers, and with our provincial counterparts as well. Obviously, as Minister of Agriculture, I defend the quality of our products. I defend our inspection system, which is reliable. The Minister of Trade and Diversification is certainly on a trade mission right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has grossly mismanaged our relationship with China. Now we've learned that meat producers are next in China's target list. Farm incomes were down 45% across the country in 2018, 68% in Alberta alone. Constituents in my riding of Bow River suffering the consequences. This crisis began 6 months ago. Now the Prime Minister is considering, maybe, meeting the President of China in 3 weeks. Gee, thanks. What's the Prime Minister waiting for to take some real action for my ag producers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, we are taking real action for our farmers, and this since the very beginning, in a constant manner. I met with my counterparts in China when I was in Japan, and for 2 days we did follow-up with the Canadian Food Inspection Agencies. We also looked at the canola issue with Chinese scientists. We also increased our support to farmers through an early payment program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Madam Speaker, those actions have had zero results. It's been 6 months since our relations with China have soured. 6 months since Canada hasn't had an ambassador to China. 6 months that 2 Canadians have been detained, and now the Chinese government is doubling down on canolas, peas, soybeans, and meat from Canada. We've repeatedly called for the Prime Minister to take action, and yesterday he said he might arrange a meeting in 3 weeks. Really? 3 weeks? Why won't the Prime Minister take action now to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The cases of Michael Kovrig, Michael Spavor are a priority for this government. And this Parliament has had a proud tradition of uniting and working together when our farmers, when Canadians are detained, when we are at risk with any other country. And I would implore the opposition to think about what they're doing. We've rallied an unprecedented number of partners around the world in support of Canada's position. Liberal members were in China, Conservatives and NDP didn't come. We invite you to stand together and take the side of Canadians in this very important issue.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, our relations with China have soured over the past 6 months. For 6 months, Canada has no ambassador to China. For 6 months, 2 Canadians have been detained, and now China is imposing sanctions on Canada. We've asked the Prime Minister to take action several times. He announced that he might arrange a meeting in 3 weeks, but he'll see whether this will be appropriate or desirable. Wow. If the Prime Minister is afraid to do his job, could he ask someone else to do it for him? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, the cases of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor are a priority for our government, and I hope it is for others as well. We spoke with an unprecedented number of partners to discuss Canada's position. I went to China 2 months ago to discuss these cases, but the Conservatives and the NDP refused to send anyone. We are always ready to talk with China and to raise these issues. Thank you.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And yet there's no progress. This Prime Minister continues to destroy Canada's relationship with China as tensions continue to escalate. Canadian farmers are struggling as China has stopped imports of canola and is restricting soy and pork shipments, while 2 Canadians are suffering in a Chinese prison and another one faces the death penalty. And now the Prime Minister is only considering engaging directly with China in 3 weeks. And that's if the Chinese agree to it. Why is this Prime Minister showing such weakness in the face of China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Prime Minister and our Minister of Foreign Affairs have taken these cases and all of these issues extremely seriously, and we continue to work in a very complex and difficult situation with integrity, with persistence, and with grace. I've raised the concerns that the member has raised, myself in China 2 weeks ago, and we have rallied an unprecedented number of partners around the world in support of Canada's position. Last week, the United States and Canada issued a joint statement firmly rejecting wrongful detentions and calling for the immediate release of Michael Kovrig, Michael Spavor. We continue to raise these cases and all these issues.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, more and more people are taking their bikes to work or simply to get around town. Yesterday, Rosemont-La Petite Patrie announced an ambitious plan to improve our bike path network by making intersections safer and creating new protected bike lanes. While city councillors are taking action, here the Liberals are dragging their heels. For months, the report on bike safety has been collecting dust on the Transport Minister's desk, and they're just telling us that there will be pilot projects. When will the Liberals take action to protect pedestrians and cyclists? The Honourable Minister of Transport. The Liberal government has taken action. It did so a year ago. I reunited the provinces and territories to discuss this very serious issue with respect to pedestrians and cyclists who are vulnerable. And I told them on several occasions that we take federal initiatives and pilot projects to increase the visibility of these people with respect to truckers and large vehicles in cities. I congratulate him for his initiatives. We'd like other municipalities and provinces to do the same thing.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, Amanda from Penticton has found that the money she gets from the Canada Child Benefit is useless, as there are no child care spaces for her daughter, so she can't go back to work. Amanda began the waitlisted project online to document the difficulties parents face when looking for child care. They found that the child benefit is entirely inadequate for covering child care costs and doesn't open up any new spaces. This isn't acceptable. Will the Liberals act immediately to create more child care spaces so that parents like Amanda can go back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The focus on alleviating child poverty is one of the most important priorities this government has addressed in its first 4 years, and it's done it in several different ways. Of course, the Canada Child Benefit, which was massively increased and made tax-free, which the NDP voted against, is part of the solution. But the other part of the solution is the $7.5 billion we've invested through the provinces to create new daycare spaces, to create new daycare subsidies, and to support as well through the infrastructure program the construction of new daycare facilities. This government is committed to finding a solution to the problem, working with partners to get there, including Indigenous partners with the first ever distinction-based program.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, the Veterans Hospital in Saint-Anne-de-Bellevue in Quebec was transferred from the federal government to the Quebec government in 2016. Unfortunately, under this Liberal government, care worsened, and this forced very elderly veterans to go to court to fight and obtain the services they were promised in St. Anne. Why are the Liberals letting down our veterans once again? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent French. And yes, veterans and long-term care facilities across Canada, we always support them and keep veterans near their loved ones. And there are more than 5,000 veterans that receive care in the thousands of provincial institutions that we partner with, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on this particular case. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, what's inappropriate is for the Liberal government to ignore our veterans. A day after we celebrated their win over tyranny in World War II, veterans like Wolf Solkin, who's the lead veteran at the St. Anne de Bellevue Hospital, he and his friends were the veterans that secured the democracy we have today. He's standing up for his fellow veterans at St. Anne's to ensure that they have the same level and quality of service and treatment that they had before the transfer in 2016. We can celebrate our veterans, Madam Speaker. Both sides respect that, but only this side can make it right. When will they commit to fixing the situation at St. Anne?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, this case is before the courts and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on it. Madam Speaker, what really hurts me is when I hear the Conservative members say that we aren't taking care of our veterans. And there are millions of dollars that has gone to defense and Veterans Affairs. Well, they laid off people, but we invested more than $10 billion in veterans. And we always stand up for them, support them, and offer them appropriate care when they need it.
Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, it's obvious that this government doesn't care about the over 200,000 Canadians that are employed by forestry, or the 9,500 forestry jobs in Indigenous communities across our country, or the hundreds of communities across rural Canada that depend on forestry industry for at least half their base income. Despite having a once-in-a-generation chance to end the long-standing softwood dispute by negotiating into a new NAFTA, they squandered the opportunity. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sports and the Minister of Public Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are taking action to ensure our forestry sector remains a source of good, middle-class jobs across the country. With new investments in Budget 2019, our support will total over $1 billion. Our Softwood Lumber Action Plan is actively supporting workers and communities. And this past fall, we announced funding through the Strategic Innovation Fund specifically for forestry. Building on our work to date, Budget 2019 includes additional investments to help this sector innovate, diversify, and grow. We will always stand with workers in our forestry sector. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, thousands and thousands of jobs are at risk right now. Hundreds of jobs have been lost in the recent weeks in my province alone. Where are they standing with them? In the unemployment line? That answer is shameful. The Liberals have admitted that forestry hasn't been a priority. They would rather litigate than negotiate. For the past 4 years, they have failed to be a champion for our forestry families. What are they willing to do for the thousands of Canadians employed in our forestry industry who have already received mill closure layoff notices or their job losses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science, Sports, Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our hearts go out to the workers, families and communities. But we have to underscore that the job figures are doing very well. We've increased the number of jobs by 27,000 in the last month alone, and we have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. We continue to strengthen this industry's competitiveness and sustainability as it struggles with log supply and market conditions. From wildfires and invasive species, our forests are feeling the effects of climate change, and with new investments in Budget 2019, our support for forestry sector workers will total over $1 billion.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, in 2015, the Liberals promised the people of Hamilton change to make their lives better. But everyday families are just trying to keep up with their bills, grappling with sky-high housing costs, out-of-pocket health costs, child care and senior care. When big corporations decide to leave our communities, people pay the price of losing their jobs and their livelihood. Instead of standing up for workers, this Liberal government has been granting amnesty to wealthy KPMG clients trying to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Can the Liberals explain to the people of Hamilton how this is fair?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Speaker, let me say that unlike the previous government, fighting tax evasion, bringing fairness to the tax system is a huge priority for this government.
Since we took office, the CRA has completed twice as many offshore noncompliance audits in 3 years than it did in 10 years under the Conservatives. The CRA has opened 50 criminal investigations relating to tax evasion. With our historic investments of over $1 billion, our government is giving the agency the resources it needs to do its work, and we are starting to see results. We are committed to ensuring tax fairness, and we are delivering results.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Liberals promised all working people change to make their lives better. But workers and retirees in Windsor and Tecumseh and in the rest of Essex County, they can still lose their pensions because their deferred earnings because Liberals broke their promise. They didn't fix the bankruptcy laws that put their wealthy insider friends ahead of hardworking Canadians. And New Democrats know people rely on their pensions to retire with dignity and to take care of their loved ones. So are the Liberals going to explain now what they're doing to protect pensions?
The Honourable Secretary Parlementaire du Ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister.
Canadians deserve peace of mind when it comes to their retirement security. We're taking a whole-of-government approach, evidence-based approach, to address retirement security for all Canadians. Our government held national consultations and heard pensioners, workers, lenders, and companies. And in Budget 2019, we took important steps to make insolvency proceedings fairer and more transparent, like ensuring better oversight over corporate behavior. Unlike the opposition, we know that it's possible to protect Canadians' retirement security without compromising businesses' ability to invest and grow and create good jobs.
The honourable member for Toronto-Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues in this place have heard me speak before about the importance of proper nutrition, and I'm sure that we all share in the belief that kids need access to healthy food and good nutrition habits in order to thrive and be productive. Kids in Canada and all around the world deserve access to healthy food. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development please update us on what Canada is doing to make sure that kids around the world have proper nourishment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, by working together and promoting a comprehensive approach to nutrition and promoting the empowerment of women and girls takes us one step closer to gender equality. One example is Nutrition International, an important partner which helps nearly 500 million children annually and one of our key sponsors for Women Deliver in Vancouver. Their slogan, "She'll grow into it," speaks to the fact that women can and will make a difference if we reduce gender disparities and unleash the amazing potential of women and girls everywhere, Madam Speaker, and we'll make that a reality here in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General has many new responsibilities now, including auditing the government's ill-considered infrastructure bank and the new Trans Mountain Crown Corp that resulted from them chasing Kinder Morgan out of Canada. Last summer, the Auditor General said that they needed more money to be able to keep doing performance audits. And last month, they told the Public Accounts Committee that they canceled audits, including on cybersecurity, because they didn't have enough money. What is this government trying to hide from the Auditor General?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although it's my pleasure to answer this question, I must admit it's with a bit of trepidation that I see that the Conservative Party, the Harper Conservatives, have really developed an interest in the Auditor General, because the last time that they had interest in the Auditor General, they slashed their budgets by $6.4 million. They fired auditors. They forced a parliamentary budget officer to take them to court, and they were found in contempt of Parliament itself. Madam Speaker, I'm just hoping that that's as far as their interest is going to go.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, one thing that never, ever happened under the previous government was the Auditor General coming to the Public Accounts Committee and saying, we don't have enough money to do our job. That never happened. On May 14th, the Office of the Auditor General told Public Accounts, quote, had we received the $10.8 million, we would have been able to do the work that was expected, unquote. So I asked, you are not adequately funded? They replied, that's right. What part of that testimony does the Parliamentary Secretary not understand, and why won't they?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hey, Madam Speaker, the reason why probably the Auditor General feels that he could fearlessly and freely offer advice to this government is because we actually listen to them. But let's take a look at this conservative cavalcade of cowing, criticizing, and canning public servants who dared speak up to them. All I have to mention is Kevin Page, perhaps Richard Colvin, perhaps Linda Keane, perhaps Pat Storgren. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, I'm so glad that public officials feel that they can speak to us.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
You need 10 million and you said no.
Madam Speaker, the Port of Oshawa is one of my riding's crown jewels, and the Transport Minister announced the amalgamation of the Port Authorities of Oshawa and Hamilton this week, and it will take effect on the 18th, just 11 days from now. This decision was made without any meaningful consultations with the Oshawa Port Authority, the regional and city governments, port users, customers, tenant operators, labor groups, or the public. While this government once promised transparency, it has not been as advertised. Madam Speaker, when will the minister table the business case for the port amalgamation in this House? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed to hear my colleagues say this because I can tell you personally that I spoke to the mayor of Oshawa on several occasions. In fact, with his council around the table. I also spoke several times to the mayor of Hamilton. We spoke to the port authorities themselves. There was a huge amount of consultation. We even extended the consultation period above what it had been planned before. This will be good for Southern Ontario, and we did all the necessary consultation.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, with the Prime Minister's counter tariff, steel and aluminum manufacturers in my riding of Yorkton Melville were crippled. Small and medium entrepreneurs invested everything that they could to keep their workers working. This Liberal government promised to have their backs, but never came through. It's clear assistance from the $2 billion tariff windfall was never intended for them. When will this Prime Minister admit his help for the steel industry is not as advertised?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we'll always stand up for Canadian workers and Canadians' interests. And to support the steel and aluminum industries and workers, we've provided up to $1.7 billion through the BDC and EDC to keep businesses operational, $250 million in new funding through the Strategic Innovation Fund, the SIF, to bolster the competitiveness of Canadian manufacturers, $100 million in support for SMEs through the regional development agencies. And as you know, Madam Speaker, we stood to defend the workers in the industry against the unacceptable tariffs imposed by the Americans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Madam Speaker, in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, there are 4 national parks, and I have the pleasure of having many Parks Canada employees as constituents. Many staff work non-standard hours, and they struggle with finding affordable and accessible childcare. Parks Canada's collective agreement expired last August, and as part of the bargaining process, the union is asking for the creation of a joint committee on childcare to research the needs of employees, determine challenges, and recommend solutions. Will this government show leadership and work with Parks Canada employees to address the childcare crisis?
Bravo. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, as representing the Minister of the Environment, it's important that we recognize that we have an obligation to the employees who work for the different departments and agencies, including Parks Canada. Of course, I'd be willing to sit down with the member after question period today to discuss the issue in greater detail so we can move forward in a manner that respects the needs of Parks Canada employees. Thank you.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberti.
Madam Speaker, in 2012, the Conservatives recklessly cut the Surf Guard program at Long Beach and Pacific Rim National Park Reserve, putting lives at risk. Prior to its cancellation, this life-saving program was in place for almost 40 years and responsible for saving dozens, if not hundreds, of lives. Recently, a CFB Comox helicopter and a Canadian Coast Guard vessel had to make yet another life-saving rescue. Following this incident and 2 fatalities last year at this same spot, the communities and the families want to know, how many fatalities and rescues will it take before this government does the right thing and reinstate this life-saving program?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This government has made the largest investment in fleet renewal for the Canadian Coast Guard in its history. We're putting forward a plan that will provide the Coast Guard with the right equipment while promoting economic growth and creating good-paying jobs across the country. The fleet renewal is needed as the average age of a large ship in the Canadian Coast Guard is 38 years old. They're nearing the end of their service lives. This government is reinvesting in the Coast Guard to protect the communities that are affected and the people that make their living on the water. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, we have seen how these Liberals are using $600 million and Unifor to stack the deck in their favour in an election year.
Shame.
Now the Liberals are forcing Elections Canada to hire social media influencers to get out the vote. Now I thought we were fighting to get influence out of elections.
That's right.
Can the Liberals guarantee that these influencers will be nonpartisan, or is this just another example of Liberals trying to stack the deck and rig the next election?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
There's only one party in this House that wants to suppress Canadian voters, Madam Speaker, and that's the Conservative Party of Canada. In fact, the record shows it, Madam Speaker, when they have misdirected voters as to where to vote, where they have tried to circumvent party fundraising rules, where they actually had a member of Parliament go to jail for not following elections law, Madam Speaker, and they were also tapped on the wrist for having government advertising and partisanship in the same frame, Madam Speaker. There's only one party, Madam Speaker, that has worked consistently to try and undermine the election, and that's the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we've learned that Elections Canada will be spending $650 million to hire influencers on social media. Elections Canada should focus on holding free and fair elections and shouldn't be forced by the Liberal government to carry out yet another bid to rig the election. When is the Prime Minister going to stop manipulating every last aspect of our democratic institutions to stack the deck in his favour? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform. Madam Speaker, this is a dangerous game the Conservatives are playing, always trying to undermine our elections.
Speaker, I have a challenge for the members opposite. I have a challenge that let's see if they can make 2019 the first time they don't break elections law. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Speaking of your habits.
Order on both sides of the House. Order. Order. Order on both sides of the House, please. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning will come to order. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madame la Présidente, le seul
Madam Speaker, all the Conservatives are Liberals want to do is rig the election.
Celebrities, athletes, and YouTube producers. But it is unfair and impossible for the Prime Minister to demand these people set aside their own opinions and experience and remain unbiased. Why doesn't the Prime Minister just admit that he is using his power and influence in this latest stunt to stack the deck and rig the next election?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Never put it past Conservatives to let facts get in the way of their questions. When we look at the record, Madam Speaker, there is one party who has consistently broken elections law, who has actually been convicted for it, and who's even had a member of Parliament go to jail for it. And in fact, when they had their chance in government, they put forward elections legislation that would make it more difficult for Canadians to vote, that would limit the rights of Canadians living abroad, and that would not even allow the Chief Electoral Officer to talk to Canadians about, get this, how to vote, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we will not take any lessons, and we will always stick to the facts. Thank you.
Member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, it should come as no surprise that the Leader of the Opposition has discredited economic views to match his discredited social views. Recently, he stated that the government has no role in helping lift people out of poverty.
While this explains the terrible Conservative track record on poverty reduction, it ignores that this Liberal government has helped lift more than 820,000 Canadians out of poverty and achieved the lowest level of poverty in Canada's history. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families remind the House of how our government is helping Canadians work hard to join the middle class?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
You know, a year ago, Ontario voters chose to elect a Conservative government, while the Conservative leader says that he doesn't think governments have a role to play in lifting people out of poverty. Conservatives in Ontario under Doug Ford seem to think they do have a role to push people into poverty. In fact, take a look at some of the cuts they've made. They've cut minimum wage for young people. They've cut social assistance for people with disabilities. They've cut mental health supports and cut back on funding for homeless shelters. They've even cut supports for advanced age seniors as they need support as they age. In fact, the Conservatives in this House just this week stood and said, if you want to know what God thinks about money, look at who God gives it to. If you want to know what Conservatives think about poverty, look at the...
It is getting a bit noisy in here, so I would just ask, all members to ensure that they can hear the question and allow people to answer it. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Madam Speaker, the Eastern Ontario Regional Network has a plan to help people get the broadband and cellular service connections they need. Nearly 20% of Eastern Ontario has no cell service, putting Ontarians' lives at risk. The project is expected to generate up to 3,000 jobs over 10 years and potential revenues of $420 million. Municipalities, private sector partners, and the province have all committed. When will this Prime Minister start taking connectivity seriously and commit to funding this essential project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Progress in delivering infrastructure across the country and has approved 4,800 projects to date. We patiently wait for the Ford government to act on this and prioritize these projects, which they have failed to do in a timely manner and a collaborative way, even after we've extended the deadlines. We welcome this longer overdue interest on infrastructure by the government, and we are discussing the proposals with them and evaluating them properly. Instead of playing political games on this much-needed projects, we must work together to ensure that the needs of people are met and that we put shovels in the ground.
Ford sitting on 11.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Government understands that no relationship is more important than the one we have developed with Indigenous peoples, and unlike the previous government, we're committed to investing in reconciliation. Removing barriers and working with Indigenous communities to promote access to sport is a matter our government takes very seriously. So can the Minister of Science and Sport please tell this House about the important investment our government is making to help promote Indigenous access to sport?
The Honourable Minister of Science and Sports.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for an excellent question. Sport builds self-esteem and leadership skills and has the power to transform lives. We listen to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Indigenous communities, and Indigenous sport leaders because we know no relationship is more important. Last week, I announced $48 million for a new program for sport and physical activity in Indigenous communities to help improve the lives of Indigenous peoples and build stronger, healthier communities for all. Everyone deserves the opportunity to participate in sport.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, we've heard the same answer from these Liberals about the Eastern Ontario Regional Network project, and it's in action after 4 weeks of non-answers, and the province has already committed $71 million to fund it. This project will save lives by connecting first responders on a dedicated network. Municipalities in the province have put people's safety first and committed their share. The Ontario government has stepped up. The municipalities have stepped up. When will this Liberal government and this Prime Minister finally put Eastern Ontarians' safety first and fund this project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Always ironic to hear the Conservatives talk about infrastructure when on this side of the House, the facts speak for themselves. Under this government, we've approved 4,800 projects, Madam Speaker. That's 4 times more than the last Conservative government. And the vast majority of those projects were approved in the first 3 years. 651 projects in Ontario when it comes to transit, 1,353 when it comes to green, 39 projects when it comes to community and cultural recreational infrastructure, and 82 projects in that member's riding. How many under Premier Ford? 0.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, over 40 years ago, the government created a tax credit to stimulate investment in the Atlantic region. It covers the Maritimes, the Gaspé, and Lower St. Lawrence, all the way to La Pocatière, but not the North Shore, which needs to diversify its economy too. Mining is great, but it's cyclical. I wrote to the finance minister, but he's done nothing, neither in the budget nor in the BIA. Why is this government so intent on discouraging investment on the North Shore? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Our government takes investment very seriously all across the country and in all regions of Quebec, and that's why in the last budget we increased our funding for the regional economic development agencies in order to have a significant impact from coast to coast. And an important investment is being made today to ensure that investment occurs all across the country, all across Quebec, in all regions, including the North Shore. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, let's talk about another issue where the government's neglecting Quebec's regions, the spruce budworm that is ravaging our forests. The infested area is bigger than all of New Brunswick, but the government has freed up $75 million for New Brunswick, but not a single penny for Quebec. Surprise, surprise, the Irvings own some of the forest in New Brunswick and have cutting rights over the rest. The money always goes into their pockets. Does the government realize that they're robbing Quebec to pay the Irvings? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our priority is making sure the forestry industry remains a source of well-paying jobs and prosperity. We understand the importance of evidence and science-based decision-making. That is why we are investing in early intervention and providing up to $74 million over 5 years to prevent the spread of spruce budworm in Atlantic Canada. We are also researching an early intervention strategy to slow the spread of these pests and minimize damage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Repentigny. The cutting of 68 jobs at TVA is proof that the media are in trouble, even the most popular ones. Meanwhile, Facebook, Netflix and company aren't paying their fair share of taxes. They don't charge tax. They don't produce any Quebec content. They don't have a single journalist on their payroll. We need a new domestic television fund financed by the internet giants. Will the government finally force them to pay their fair share?
The Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our thoughts go out to the workers who have lost their jobs and their families. Our media are in crisis, and the laws we have to protect our culture were made well before the internet. Europe has been working to update its laws for over 10 years. Canada only started when we were elected in 2015. While the Europeans are in a marathon to make the web giants contribute to the culture, we, because of conservative inaction, have to sprint. We will make the web giants contribute to our culture like every other Canadian business. There will be no free ride, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Madam Speaker, the provinces and territories that represent 85% of the Canadian population have reduced their greenhouse gases by 15% since 2005, almost enough to meet the 2020 targets that Canada agreed to in Copenhagen. But we will not meet that target because two provinces, Alberta and Saskatchewan, have increased emissions by the same amount and now account for 50% of Canada's emissions. Madam Speaker, what is the government prepared to do to curb the emissions of Canada's oil and gas industry so we can meet our international obligations?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity, given the first time I've answered this member's question, to congratulate him on his recent by-election win and welcome him to this House. He's pointed to the fact that there's evidence that our plan is working across different provinces and across different sectors, but there is some work to do, and we've been working with the oil and gas sector in Canada to help that sector reduce its emissions in a number of ways. A few examples includes the phase-out of fossil fuel subsidies. I know we've already moved to phase out 8 ineffective tax-based fossil fuel subsidies, and we've introduced new regulations that are going to cut methane emissions by 45% in the short term. In addition, we're investing in research and development to help the sector reduce its emissions as we grow the economy.
And that brings us to the end of question period. Tabling of documents. Introductions of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 27th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled The Canary in the Coal Mine, Responding to Violations of Press Freedoms in Venezuela and Myanmar. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I'd like to thank the witnesses, especially the journalists who testified before the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, some of them putting themselves at great personal risk to do so, and also journalists around the world who put themselves at risk for their safety to bring us the truth. Thank you.
I do want to remind members that the House is still in session, and if they could please take their conversations outside and exit the chamber quietly. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour of tabling both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food concerning the main estimates 2019-2020, which were sent to the committee. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion.
Standing Order 108-1B in relation to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration and for the remainder of the 42nd Parliament, dissenting or supplementary opinions or recommendations to committee reports other than reports on bills or estimates may be filed by members of the committee without approval from the committee, provided that dissenting or supplementary opinions or recommendations from a recognized party's members on the committee do not exceed a total of 16 pages or the length of the original report, whichever is shorter, and are filed by a deadline set by the committee and shall be appended to the report after the signature of the chair.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
No.
No. The Honourable Member does not have unanimous consent. Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Brampton West, King Vaughan, and Richmond Hill. They're calling upon the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money on a ban on guns which already are banned.
The présentation des pétitions. The
presenting petition.
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by, I think, about 100 members, people from Calgary, who are calling upon the government to revert its decision to change they've made changes to the medical questionnaire that has made it more difficult for veterans to access treatment for PTSD. So the petitioners are calling on the government to either revert to the old form or to amend the existing form, because the change of the form that they've made is making it more difficult for veterans to access care that they need.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
I have a petition here from the residents of Manor Avenue. In my riding. They're not pleased with the location of their community mailbox. They find that it's extremely inconvenient and, in fact, dangerous, and they'd like to bring to the attention of the government the fact that negotiations that they've tried to undertake with Canada Post have not been fruitful, and they're prepared to sit down and to resolve the matter in a mutually agreeable way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have here a petition signed by the concerned residents of my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh who live in the heart of the Great Lakes freshwater system, and so are extremely concerned that the government still has not produced a comprehensive plan or timetable to meet its own targets for greenhouse gas emissions. And so they are calling on the government to produce an action plan including all of the ministries, for the next budget to enable it to achieve its emission reduction targets by 2030, and also an action plan with the measures needed to meet the commitments made under the Paris Agreement to keep warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity. And my second petition is also from residents in Windsor-Tecumseh who are highly conscientious of the issue of the opioid crisis and understand that in order to access certain resources nationally and to have an approach with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths, we do have to declare this a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act, and they urge us to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, l'honorable député d'Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present two petitions today. The first is mainly supported by citizens of Ontario, but there are also some people who signed all across the country.
65 signatories are calling upon our government to denounce the decision of the Ontario government's Ministry of Health to cut operational grants to the College of Midwives of Ontario and to highlight how this retroactive cut is especially harmful. These petitioners strongly believe that midwifery is a critical healthcare service and that the College of Midwives of Ontario is a fundamental institution that deserves to be supported. Madam Speaker, Ontarians understand that cuts to services are dangerous and irresponsible, and that is why they are calling on the Premier to reverse these cuts. Now, la deuxième pétition a été.
The second petition was signed by 768 people who are in favor of measures to prevent tragedies caused by heavy vehicles.
Minister of Transport to ensure that the next revision of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act includes a regulation update that ensures all trucks built in or imported to Canada are equipped with side guards by 2025, and that our government take measures to install side guards on all federal government vehicles where needed. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Table petitions on behalf of my constituents from Cumberland, Courtenay, Qualicum Beach, Parksville, and the New Spate. Today, the first petition I'd like to table is a petition calling on the Government of Canada to implement a universal pharmacare program. Madam Speaker, they cite that 1 in 5 people are unable to fill their prescriptions due to financial reasons, and that people shouldn't have to struggle to pay for the prescription drugs that they need. And they also state that Canada is the only country in the world with a universal Medicare system that does not include prescription drugs. So they're calling on the government to lower prescription drug costs for all Canadians and work with the provinces to implement a universal pharmacare program as part of our public health care system. The second petition, Madam Speaker, that I'm tabling is calling on the government to automatically, when someone turns the age of 64, that they get their guaranteed income supplement. So they're calling on the government to ensure that everybody that is eligible for old age security and who have low income, that they can count on it and that program will roll into itself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sending petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just tabling a petition today from constituents that have supported the need to be able to have super visas, which is a visa used by individuals to be able to come to Canada and stay for an extended period of time for up to 2 years. And what they're really calling for is that there be assurances that if they get the super visa, that they be allowed to stay for the entirety of the 2 years. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting the petitions.
Questions on the order paper. Questions sur le... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
The honourable member, is it okay that the questions be allowed to stand? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate on consideration of the motion respecting Senate amendments and on the amendment of Mr. Paulus for Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters.
Resuming the debate, and we're under questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles has 8 minutes and 30 seconds for questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to ask him a question. Of course, it wouldn't surprise him if I remind him that there is a disagreement between the NDP and the Conservatives in terms of the approach to be taken on some of the issues raised by this legislation. But I believe we do agree on one thing, the way we treated the study of this legislation. We allowed for a greater range of amendments, and we also heard from witnesses. And at the end of the day, I can't remember the exact name of the meeting, but we had more meetings to do clause by clause than for the study itself. Can the minister agree with me that for such an important bill, we could have taken more time to look at this issue a little in greater depth, particularly given all the time the Senate took with this legislation? The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my NDP colleague. Yes, we often have very different visions of things, but our objective is the same, is to improve the situation for Canada. Yes, with C-59 and the big omnibus bill, the NDP had a proposal to divide the bill and to work differently, but everything was refused by the Liberals. The Liberals said we have to amend C-51 regardless of what else is proposed. But we do have different objectives, different approaches, but the same objective.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I was here when the minister made his statements in regards to the necessity of this legislation, and I thought explained exceptionally well in terms of why it is that we're at the stage that we are at. That in fact, Madam Speaker, and my question would be related to the bigger picture in terms of when member makes reference to C-51. There were a series of changes that were required. We're seeing part of that in the legislation, and it's only a component to it, but it also addressed one of the biggest things lacking from C-51, and that was the Parliamentary Standing Committee Oversight Committee, if I can put it that way, which put us on par with our other four of the Five nations. And I thought that this is all in all good, substantive legislation that's in Canadians' best interest from a security and privacy perspective. Both issues are in fact being addressed, and would ask the member, would he not agree that it is time that we actually see the legislation pass through?
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. C-51 was an omnibus bill, and it's easy for them to say that the Conservatives voted against everything in this legislation, and that's not true. I said in my speech that Part 6 about air transportation we agreed with, and there are other elements in other parts that we agreed with, but overall C-59 was a political job to attack C-51, and for us our main objective, regardless of what other people think, well, it wasn't solved, or it was solved in a way to please some people. And when we talk about security, we shouldn't complicate the work of agencies. So for us to say that we're against C-59 overall, that's not true. We don't want to support it because it is an omnibus bill, and there are some problematic areas in it. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires? No? The resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy today to rise today in the House
House, I hope no one will get up on a point of order on this, but because I'm making a speech on a specific day, I did want to shout out two of my biggest supporters. First of all, my wife Chantal, whose birthday is today, and so I did want to wish her a happy birthday. Well, I appreciate that, but even bigger news than that is that we are expecting a baby at the end of July, and so I did want to shout out the fact that she's been working very hard at her own job, and that it's obviously a very exhausting thing, and so the patience that she has for my uncomparable fatigue certainly is something that I really do thank her for and love her very much for. And I did not want to create any jealousy in the household, and certainly also want to shout out her daughter, our daughter Lydia, who is also a big supporter of mine. And certainly we are threesome together. And so, as I said at my wedding last year, I had the luck of falling in love twice. And so I did want to take this opportunity, not knowing whether I will have another one before the election, to shout out to them and tell them how much I love them. And I thank my colleagues for their warm thoughts that they just shared with me.
Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, rather, on a more serious note, I'd like to talk about the Senate amendments on Bill C-59, and in particular, I'd like to talk about the process in itself and go back to some aspects of C-59, particularly questions I mentioned with the Minister, and also questions that remain, in my opinion, unanswered or without adequate responses. I'd like to ask a more current question about a bill that is ahead of the House, C-98. This bill creates and gives more power to the Complaints Commissioner of the RCMP, and it also concerns CBSA. For quite some time, we've talked about, or rather, that CBSA is the only agency that has a role to play in our national security, and that there's no oversight committee of its activities, uniquely for its activities. So, of course, there are parliamentary committees that were created with C-22, and another one that will be created with C-59 that will create an agency only for national security-related activities, but a committee only for the oversight of the agency's activities and to deal with complaints. For example, various allegations we saw in the media in recent years about harassment and complaints from citizens, for example, who are Muslim, and sometimes who have complaints about profiling that can take place. So the fact that there will be oversight, or greater oversight, is very important. And I can say, Madam Speaker, every time there's an article about an issue, every time there's an article from a union that complains about poor treatment for its workers or issues that came up with the agency, the minister there is there saying that this was a deep commitment for him, an important commitment for him to have an apparatus in place to adequately deal with these complaints. He said that there would be oversight of the agency. And what happened? Nothing. For 4 years, nothing happened. And every time there was a report in the media or an article with allegations that were negative, I could have done a cut and paste of the last tweet I did. Why? Because the situation remains the same. This government hasn't taken any action. And it's problematic because the minister is tabling a bill now in the 11th hour, and it won't get passed. And now it won't even go to committee at the House. And I have a hard time believing this will be able to be adopted in the House, and even less go to the Senate. And, Mr. Speaker, this is important. Why? Because the minister himself, in his speech, mentioned that when the committee I sit on, the City of Public Safety, traveled across the country in autumn of 2016, they looked at this issue and made recommendations to table a bill C-59. And that was one of our recommendations at the time, one of the most important ones, was to have a committee for oversight of the activities of CBSA, as we see with C98. But they didn't benefit from this to take any action.
Mr. Speaker, because the fact of the matter is that C-59 is an omnibus piece of legislation, and I pleaded with the House through different procedural mechanisms, but also to the Minister, and indeed even to the Senate when it reached the Senate, to consider parts of the bill separately, because the fact of the matter is that, as the Minister did correctly point out, this is a huge overhaul of our national security apparatus. And the concern, Mr. Speaker, with that is the fact that the consideration that is required, but also the fact that some of these elements, and I'll come back to this in a moment, some of these elements were not even part of the national security consultation that both his department and that the committee itself, through a study that we did, actually took the time to examine. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, just coming back and concluding the point on C-98 and on the fact that the minister doesn't seem to have acted in a prompt way, considering his own commitments when it comes to oversight and or review of CBSA. The fact is that he said in his answer to my question earlier in his speech that it was not within the scope of this bill. But it's interesting, not only because this was omnibus legislation, but also because the government specifically referred the legislation to committee prior to second reading with the goal of allowing amendments that were beyond the scope, understanding that they did want this to be a large overhaul. And so I have a hard time understanding why, with all the indicators being there, with how they approached this, that they did want this to be a large, broad-reaching thing, that they did want to have things beyond the scope, that they would not then have allowed for this type of mechanism, and then instead find us in a situation where you have a bill, again, C-98, that arrives at the 11th hour without a proper opportunity to make its way through Parliament before the next election. And
Mr. Speaker, I talked about the omnibus bill, and there are several aspects that are concerning. First, as I said in a letter I wrote to senators, children on the no-fly list, and the no-fly list kids, the minister mentioned them. Well, I know this group very well. I know several of the parents. I'd like to congratulate them for the efforts they have made on this issue for their children. Their children are on the no-fly list, sometimes for the simple reason that this is a racist list, and there's profiling done, and we could have a debate on the efficacy of this list, and this list is outdated and defectuous, and children who have a similar name to someone can be on this list, and there are no elements in it that allow airlines, well, those who manage or apply the list can't make a distinction between someone who's a terrorist threat and a young child, and that's something rather worrisome, Mr. Speaker. So all the work that it is nonpartisan, but I am partisan on this issue, and I'm benefiting from my speech to say that it's unacceptable that we've taken these children hostage to get this omnibus bill through. Why? Because the changes that the minister wants to make to the no-fly list will have an impact on a recourse system that will allow these children to travel without being harassed at the airport. And this is just one part of this bill that is several hundred pages. And I would like to tell the government, if you really believe that this aspect of the bill will render justice to these children, how come you don't split the bill so we can deal with it quicker? There are several aspects of this and that we're open to debate on. We could study it. And there are some issues that could be resolved. And we're ready to consider some aspects of it. But our hands are tied by the fact that this is an omnibus bill. And the Liberals said that they wouldn't present omnibus bills again in the past. Well, I'd like to pay tribute to them for their nonpartisan nature, but these children have been held hostage in this omnibus bill, and C-21, just a small aside here, was an extremely worrisome bill, and we were opposed to it in terms of the sharing of border information with the Americans, amongst others. And this is funny because as V59 was delayed in the Senate, and as was C21, it was interesting because the Minister of Public Safety's attaché, when he had to respond to the complaints made by parents of children on the no-fly list, he said that C21 was part of the solution to create a recourse system for people who wanted to lodge a complaint or who were on the no-fly list because of a name that was similar to theirs. Well, I think this is absolutely terrible, Madam Speaker, that we've used these children and families as a trading token in this study, and this study would have deserved greater review, and we shouldn't be moving forward with this bill in consequence. I'd like to thank the Minister. It took him 2 attempts to answer my questions earlier. Yes, he did recognize the work I did in the committee because I did present more than 200 amendments, and very few of them were accepted. But particularly, I would talk about the Senate amendments who were accepted by the government. And there was a simple and important amendment, not to say a banal one, because it was somewhat important. There is a provision in the law for us to review every 3 years rather than 5 years this legislation and make amendments if necessary. We are proposing deep and important changes to our national security system. And I find this fascinating, Madam Speaker, because I proposed the same amendment in committee after I heard expert testimony, and the Liberals refused my amendment. And now the Senate is proposing the same amendment, and the Liberals are accepting it. And that is why we're debating this today. And I find this strange. Why? Because when the Minister asked the question, how come at the House of Commons with the parliamentary committee we weren't able to put partisanship aside? Well, and now they're accepting this amendment. They're saying after we've considered all this and it's gone through the Senate, we've changed our minds. Well, I don't want to spend too much time on that. My time is running out, but I have a hard time understanding that because nothing really changed. We heard expert testimony and things were clear at committee and reasonable. Well, we won't spend too much time on that because, as I said, I'd like to thank the Minister for finally recognizing at the end of his speech this morning that I was part of this process. Well,
talk about some of what is concerning to us in the bill. And so 2 pieces specifically with regards to what was Bill C-51 under the previous government and a few aspects that are new to this bill and that have been brought forward and are brand new and do cause us some concern and some consternation. So the 2 pieces from Bill C-51 that raised the biggest concerns at the time of the debate in the previous parliament, that raised the biggest concern on the part of Canadians, that led to protests outside our hearings of the committee when we traveled throughout the country in 5 major cities in 5 days in October 2016 are 2 things. First of all, we have threat disruption, and second of all, we have the information sharing regime that was brought in by C-51. Now, both those things are concerning for different reasons. Threat disruption is concerning. Threat disruption, that is to say, the threat disruption powers offered to CSIS. Why? Because at the end of the day, the reason why CSIS was created in the first place was because there was an understanding in Canada and a consensus that the RCMP and there had to be a separation between the RCMP's role in law enforcement and making arrests and the work that revolves around that, and in intelligence gathering and the work that our intelligence service has to do. And so they were separated. But by bringing us back closer to that, where we're starting to lose that distinction with the threat disruption powers, there remains a concern about constitutionality. And in fact, the experts in committee did say that C-59, the legislation before us, while certainly less unconstitutional than what the Conservatives brought in the previous Parliament, still had yet to be tested, and there was still some uncertainty around that. And we still believe that it is not a power that is necessary for CSIS, that distinction remains important if we want to be in keeping with the events that led to the separation in the first place, the barn burnings, the McDonald Commission, all those things that folks who have followed this debate know full well and that we don't have time to get into today.
The other thing, Madam Speaker, is the information sharing issue. So the port has been opened to generous information sharing between different departments of government, and that's a good thing, Madam Speaker, because in highly mediatized situations, the Commission, like with the Arar Commission, we know in situations like that, like in the Arar case, rights sometimes get trampled when personal information is shared with other jurisdictions where they may practice torture or not respect human rights. So when information is shared among departments here in Canada, that can actually exasperate situations. For example, when the police and CSIS and Foreign Affairs share information, there was that individual whose name escapes me right now, but that individual who sued the government, I can't remember his name, but there was an individual who had been tortured abroad, and it came to light that despite the efforts of Foreign Affairs to get him a passport, because it was felt that regardless of the allegations against him, whether or not they were true, they wanted to bring him back to Canada, but it was ultimately, there was some strong evidence that CSIS and the RCMP had worked together to prevent his return to Canada. Greater information sharing may exacerbate this problem, Madam Speaker, because the right hand doesn't always know what the left hand is doing, but when information falls into the wrong hands, if Foreign Affairs is trying to get some information, but it has to share that information with CSIS, CSIS may have a completely different interest than the Foreign Affairs Department in getting their hands on that information, and it's a slippery slope. So we want all the protections to remain in place under C-59. Unfortunately, I don't have time to rhyme off all the experts who criticized this part of the bill, including Amnesty International, which has a great reputation. They do outstanding work, and they have criticized this information sharing provision because of concerns for human rights violations, not just here but abroad. And another issue at committee, because the bill was referred before second reading, that gave us an advantage. We could propose amendments that went beyond the strict scope of the bill. And what we found was that this was a missed opportunity because there were really two things going on at the same time. And I would encourage those watching and listening to go and look at the votes, the voting record, because there was at committee, sometimes at committee votes happen very quickly, but we really deliberately took the time to do a roll call vote, a recorded division, because some of us wanted the bill to clearly stipulate that we were seeking to avoid condoning torture in other jurisdictions, but the bill is largely dependent on ministerial decree or orders in council, and I wanted to make it much clearer that we were going to make it illegal to do anything that would condone torture abroad, and that was rejected, my proposal. So we don't have enough time to go through all of this, but I'd be certainly happy to entertain any questions. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks to my colleague here on very good speech, actually, and I think he covered so much on this bill. The question on Information Sharing Act within the C59, and does he think that, or if he can comment on how not having this bill as effective, that element is as effective in this bill, will make things or Canadian public security more secure and more effective. So I would appreciate if you can elaborate on this point and give us some brief. Thanks.
Honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
And I thank my colleague for his questions, and his kind words. We will have to disagree on information sharing, because both C51 and now with the slight rejigging, but a cosmetic change perhaps at best, that we've seen in this bill for information sharing is not something that's going to necessarily increase public safety, but certainly forces us to run a risk of finding ourselves in a situation where human rights might be violated. And I'll just go back to the example I gave in my speech, where on the surface, it might make sense to Canadians who are watching to think we're going to share information between agencies. But what we said at the time on the debate of C51 is what the RCMP, CSIS, and any other agency in Canada that works to ensure public safety, what they need is more resources to more effectively do their work in order to keep us safe. And what we see is that when there are unintended consequences, so if Consular Affairs has to share information with CSIS, for example, when CSIS might be engaged in a different type of activity or with different objectives, we know that that's where we can find situations like the one Maher went through when he was detained abroad and subject to torture, and many others tragically and disturbingly. And so I think that's where we disagree. I think information sharing as it existed pre-C51 in the previous Parliament, when I say C51, I'm referring to the Conservative legislation in 2015, was adequate. And again, I think additional resources to these agencies would have been the way to go. That's what we said at the time, and that's what we continue to say today.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Belleuil-Chambly for his speech and for all of his work on this file. He's worked very hard for quite a while now. At the end of his speech, my colleague raised something that I find crucial, but because of the lack of time, I didn't hear all the details I would like to have heard. I'm intrigued. He said that the committee moved a motion to amend the legislation so that Canadian agencies and departments would not be sharing information that could directly or indirectly lead to the torture of Canadian citizens abroad. And that amendment was rejected. And I'd just like to know, on what grounds? What did the other committee members say in rejecting an amendment which, for goodness sakes, seems very reasonable and consistent with our values? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his compliments. That was a very important aspect of this whole issue. The Liberals wanted to create a whole new, well, just procedurally, they wanted to avoid creating a whole new piece of legislation around this. Obviously, Canada condemns torture, and we shouldn't allow our agencies to share information that might lead to torture. That's laudable, it's desirable, but the Act says that the various deputy ministers and agency heads are under various obligations. So ultimately, what we do know is that those ministerial directives preventing the sharing of information that could lead to torture, those already exist and they've proven ineffective or inadequate. So what concerns me, the question I still have in my mind is, if we didn't want law and order to be able to share this information. There's a litigation fear here. They're afraid that individuals would be able to sue the government if any information was ever shared that might lead to torture. So very often there's a fear that the government that an individual would successfully be able to sue the government, and the government would look bad in the court of public opinion. So I think the government was simply trying to protect itself, shield itself from litigation, whereas my concern is more about protecting Canadians here and abroad. Unfortunately, the government was unwilling to go as far as some of the expert witnesses, such as Amnesty International. So this might be a step in the right direction, but it could have gone a lot further in protecting individuals. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Durham.
The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, C-59 is a very important bill because it's an omnibus bill related to security and intelligence measures. I've spoken on it several times in this House, and it's critical. It's critical for parliamentarians to understand and hear this bill before we pass it. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask you whether the House has quorum for my speech on C-59.
Does the honourable member have... Oh, just a moment, please. I'll just check. We do have quorum at the moment now.
Absolutely.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate you rousting the government from their slumber. As most Canadians realize, I think they've been...
The honourable parliamentary secretary has a point of order.
Given the government has 6 times the number of members from the Conservative Party, if anyone's slumbering, I would suggest it might be the Conservative...
It's not a point of order, and everyone should know that, quorum in the House is 21, and I would tend to think that, pardon me, 20? And I would tend to think that they'll want to make sure that there is 20 people in here, and we all know whose responsibility that would be. So, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate your intervention. And for Canadians watching, it is not appropriate for a member of Parliament to refer to the presence or absence of a member in the House, and I certainly didn't mention that. I didn't mention an individual member at all. Most of the Liberals were not here, Madam Speaker, so I certainly didn't highlight anyone specifically. But what I would like to get to, Madam Speaker, because Bill C-59 is one of the many omnibus bills we've seen in this Parliament, I'm going to speak to 3 aspects of this bill and an element of it. And I need to remind Canadians, and I need to remind my friend, the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal Party, who promised Canadians they would never use omnibus legislation in this Parliament. I've lost count of how many omnibus-type pieces of legislation, which my friend, the Liberal MP from Winnipeg, once called an assault on democracy, Madam Speaker. They've been regularly assaulting this democracy in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, and Bill C-59 is an example because it is comprehensive. It affects the criminal code, it affects the Canadian security establishment, the Canadian Security and Intelligence Service. There is multiple pieces of legislation referenced and amended. It is very comprehensive, and we've tried to work with the government on it. And there's 2 central concerns I have with Bill C-59, which is why I cannot support it, and certainly the Conservatives can't support it, despite the good work by opposition members, despite the good work by the Senate, which agrees with much of what I'm going to say, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to talk about the 2 critical pieces where the government is falling short on a public safety standpoint with Bill C-59. And then third, I'm going to talk about the great advocacy work of the no-fly list kids and people like Suleiman Ahmed, and the families that have been some of the most sincere, thoughtful, and creative advocates I've seen in my 6 years in Parliament, Madam Speaker, trying to make public policy better. And so I'm going to make a commitment to them right off the start of this speech. We will fix the problems with the no-fly list. We will make sure there's a redress system to have false positives addressed. And we will do that within the first 2 years of our government, a process to get it fixed, Madam Speaker. This government throws it into an omnibus bill, claims it's going to cost far more than it is. We need a redress system, much like they have in the United States. When the no-fly list was created under our government, I'm not suggesting it was not under the Conservative government, there was no idea that there would be so many false positives, Madam Speaker. Families impacted by that, many families who have children unfairly sharing the name with someone who might be on a no-fly list, and no way to distinguish that, to redress that, and that's unfair. It's affected many families from across the country, and I want to thank the no-fly list kids and their families and make that personal pledge to them. I've mentioned it many times in this House and in committee. If we win the election in the fall, which we're planning to, Madam Speaker, to get Canada back on track, we will make a commitment to fix that very quickly, and I know faster than the government that still hasn't fixed the Phoenix pay system in the final months of their time in government. But here are the substantive measures on why we can't support Bill C-59. The no-fly list is part of this large omnibus bill, Madam Speaker, and the reasons why we can't support it are central to public safety and security. And I say this as a former Canadian Armed Forces veteran, as a former Minister of the Crown, as a former Shadow Minister for Public Safety. I've looked at this bill and the issues involved in great detail, Madam Speaker. And the first issue is the threat disruption threshold. The government's change here is a risk to public safety. I never overstate risks. There is not a boogeyman around every corner. But when we change the threshold on peace officers, law enforcement, and our justice system from someone that is likely to commit a terrorist act to necessary to prevent the commission of such an act, that is a threshold that will perplex police forces across this country and make it hard for them to detain risks to public safety and security. And why is that critical? Because the Prime Minister, when he was the member for Papineau and the third-party leader in the last government, when we introduced the change to this power, following the attack on Parliament Hill, following the attack and death of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, he praised this preventative measure in that Parliament, Madam Speaker, the member for Papineau, now our Prime Minister. In fact, he said, quote, he welcomes measures on preventative arrest, unquote, that were contained in the bill. They're changing it. Law enforcement, security officials are telling them not to change it. And I would invite Liberal members that weren't here in that last Parliament to read the committee transcripts from the last Parliament from Patrice Vincent's sister, a warrant officer serving with distinction in Quebec who was run down and killed by a radicalized Canadian because of the uniform he wore. That's it. He was targeted. Police knew the young man from Quebec was a risk, but they did not feel they had an evidentiary burden to do a preventative arrest, to prevent what they thought might be the commission of a terrorist offense. By making it necessary to prevent, that is a high standard. Necessary, Madam Speaker? As a lawyer, I worry about that standard. Whereas likely means this is not a power that would allow law enforcement to willy-nilly preventatively arrest people. Likely to prevent the commission of offense is an appropriate threshold. This is very, very poor and quite frankly dangerous public policy. So we've asked for that amendment. Many Canadians, many law enforcement experts. We trust law enforcement in the Conservative caucus, Madam Speaker. They have a difficult job to do whenever there's someone caught on the way to commit an offense, as we saw in southwestern Ontario with Mr. Driver. Questions are asked by law enforcement. Look at how close we were we've relied now 2 or 3 times in the last few years on FBI information to stop threats in our country. So this is a serious gap in Bill C-59. The second issue is the Counseling Commission of Terrorism element of this bill and the criminal standard, Madam Speaker, and the offense under a criminal code. Many groups appeared before committee in this Parliament saying we cannot have ambiguity on the Counseling of Commission of Terrorism issue in this bill. The old standard was knowingly advocates or promotes the commission of terrorism. So there still is an evidentiary threshold that's required. This is not, some draconian power that people are suggesting. There is a threshold required. Making the threshold too high or too ambiguous is a risk, and that's unnecessary. In fact, the Senate, the entire Senate, agrees with our position on this. This counseling is way too broad and unclear. And in an age where a lot of our threats are now online, advocating, pushing, promoting should be something for the commission of violence on another, should be something so that we can avoid the next attack on the Hill. We can avoid the next horrible attack like the one we saw at the mosque in Quebec City, Madam Speaker. If there was that horrendous killer who went into a mosque, Madam Speaker, if law enforcement could see he was knowingly advocating or promoting violence against an identifiable group, that is enough. And in fact, combining this with my last point, Madam Speaker, likely to prevent, that could have stopped someone in that circumstance too, Madam Speaker. All communities, particularly religious communities like the Muslim community, the Jewish community, that face threats and see horrific things online, they should not want these aspects of C-59 to pass. And that's what the Conservatives have consistently been advocating for. In the interest of public safety, in the interest of all Canadians, Madam Speaker. The Senate agrees on the issue of counseling in the Commission of Offense. Most advocacy groups agree it's too ambiguous. In a time where we're seeing these threats emerge online, we're seeing people radicalized online. In the last Parliament, I remember one of my early votes was making traveling abroad for training with a terrorist organization a crime under the criminal code, Madam Speaker. Well, now with social media and technology and YouTube, they don't need to travel. They can be radicalized and they can promote hate and violence and actually advocate for violence against an identifiable group online. So we have to give law enforcement the tools of preventative arrest, and we have to criminalize some of that terror activity at its source. Trusting our law enforcement, trusting our courts. Preventative arrest is not trial and conviction. It is law enforcement in conjunction often with the Crown saying there is a serious risk to public safety, to Canadian citizens, to people living in Canada, to people visiting Canada, that we've ascertained, and we know a preventative arrest will likely prevent. That is a reasonable standard. That was the old standard. Changing that to arresting that person preventatively would be necessary to prevent or to stop, that's too high of a threshold. That could mean law enforcement spends 3 more weeks looking into the suspect. And we saw, in the case of Patrice Vincent in particular, and I'd invite Canadians, look at committee. I'll tweet it out later. His sister's testimony. Law enforcement knew that gentleman in Quebec. I can't remember his name right now, but a young Quebecois who'd been radicalized that law enforcement knew was a risk. So those are the 2 elements why the Conservatives can't support C-59. It's bad for public safety and security, Madam Speaker. There are other elements in the bill we like.
But when you do an omnibus bill, as my friend from Winnipeg used to say, they are assaults on democracy. So I've tried in my speech to commit two key things on why this is flawed legislation. But third, I can't understate it enough. I have been so impressed by the thoughtful and informed advocacy of the no-fly list kids. I know members on all sides of this House have heard from them, seen their commentary. When a young boy is held up from going to a hockey game in the Montreal Canadiens, and I know my friend Suleiman will laugh when I'm promoting going to Montreal Canadiens games as a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, but I am. When these young people are prevented for that because they share a name with someone who's a threat, not only is it unfair to them, it shows our no-fly list is full of garbage. And in public safety and security, that's not enough. If you have to sort through dozens and hundreds and thousands of false positives, is it really security at all, Madam Speaker? So that commitment is from my leader, from our caucus. We want to thank the no-fly lists and their families for their advocacy. They've done with all members of this House, and commit to them. We are the party that delivers. We're not the hashtag party. We're not the photo ops party. We're the party that will deliver. And you will have our commitment that this will be a priority early in our government. And I can see resolution because I've often said this is not as complex as the Minister of Public Safety has suggested. And $80 million to fix it, I don't even believe is an accurate statement, Madam Speaker. The U.S. has a redress list. This is about data. This is about making sure we constantly review the no-fly list. Because if we have people that are not threats crowding out the one or two that may be, it is a system that's not working. So I think all Canadians will agree with our pledge to commit that. I praise the government when they finally addressed the issue, listening to the families of the no-fly list kids, but by putting it into an omnibus bill, it prevents us from handling it and addressing it immediately. And I'm not suggesting bad faith on the part of the government. I think they listened to the advocacy and they found this as the most appropriate bill to put it into. But this, I don't think, Madam Speaker, even required legislation. This could have been a ministerial directive, because when the no-fly list is knowingly false, and in fact most of the entries in it are false positives. I remember the retired Senator Smith, David Smith, a prominent Liberal senator, or whatever those types of senators are called these days, Liberal, Independent, I'm not sure. But Senator Smith was a very prominent senator. He was on the list. How many David Smiths would there be in Canada? Probably 1,000. So that's garbage, Madam Speaker. And then we saw a number of young Canadians on the list because they would share names that would be common in certain communities, common names. How does having hundreds of people with the same name, with no biometric information, no ability for them to redress and get the newborn babies off that list, the minister could fix that under his or her own authority, Madam Speaker. And if they did that, I said at the time, they would get full support from this government. And I acknowledged when we brought this in, even prior to my time in Parliament, Madam Speaker, we did not anticipate this false positive issue in this way, Madam Speaker. I think we have much we can learn on how the redress system works in the U.S. so that if there's problems with it there, we can actually avoid some of the pitfalls they've had and make ours world-class, Madam Speaker. And so that is a commitment we want to make as part of the debate on C-59. I will go on to say that other aspects of the bill in terms of security and intelligence oversight, we generally support, and we've been trying to participate in that work, Madam Speaker. And in fact, a super circ Security and Intelligence Review Commission and more coordination and oversight of agencies that collect data. We had been talking about that at various times in our time in government, Madam Speaker, but one challenge that was faced in minority parliaments, it was very hard to set up a committee of parliamentarians in that manner that would have been devoid of politics. And so far, from what I've seen from that committee, although we haven't had much in terms of reports from them, it does not seem like there's been politics impacting the process. So that's been a good thing out of this, Madam Speaker. And so elements of C-59 we support. But in an omnibus bill that we have to weigh the elements we support on an intelligence side, the elements we support like the redress system for the no-fly list, we have to weigh those against the elements we don't support, Madam Speaker. And I tried in the time of my speech to outline the two very serious ones. And I cannot underscore enough the fact that preventative arrest is a rare power provided to law enforcement. But it's there because we live in a dangerous and uncertain world, Madam Speaker. And those of us that remember the day when Nathan Cirillo was killed and that gunman came in this, well, not this building, the old building, those who remember Patrice Vincent, those who remember the shooting in the mosque in Quebec City, those who remember the Aaron Driver case where law enforcement stopped someone with a device in southwestern Ontario on his way to commit an offense, we cannot set the burden so high for law enforcement that they know there is a risk, but they're debating for weeks on whether preventative arrest will stop that risk from harming Canadians. That is one of our most fundamental duties as parliamentarians, is to provide a safe, secure, rules-based system that respects diversity and human rights. And so law enforcement have a tough job to do. So the last thing we can do as this Parliament wraps up is support a bill that will make their job harder. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I was here when Stephen Harper brought in Bill C-51, and it's really interesting when my colleague and we voted for it, even though we recognized back then that it needed to have significant changes. And part of this legislation deals with some of those changes. Just like we brought in legislation earlier dealing with what was a major flaw in C-51, and that was the parliamentary oversight, not having the Parliamentary Oversight Committee. And this government had rectified that problem. We made a commitment to Canadians, Madam Speaker, because the difference from us and the Conservatives is that we take a look at whether it's the individual rights and charter rights and privacy as important as it is for security and safety. That, in fact, you can do both at the same time, and this is a good example of that within this legislation. It's interesting when my friend was talking about, well, the no-fly list, as if the Conservatives know how to get it right, when in fact C-51 set up the environment that put many children onto the no-fly list, Mr. Speaker. So it was Stephen Harper that complicated it, made it more difficult, more children put on the no-fly list. So I'm wondering if my colleague across the way, in looking at his changes into the future, are some of those changes going to be to rectify the problems that Stephen Harper actually put in, that in good part this legislation and previous legislation has already addressed?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy my friend from Winnipeg North. I know he loves me using his assault on democracy quote with respect to omnibus bills. And the frequency of their time allocation and closure in the last few weeks of Parliament would really make Peter Van Loan blush. So I know he should review some of his speeches of outrage in the previous Parliament. But let me address his issues. C-51, I reminded him when he railed on about it, he voted for it. The Prime Minister, at that time third-party leader, praised the preventative arrest measures. Now they're throwing those out the window, Madam Speaker. So much like everything with this Prime Minister, it's just not as advertised. I've heard that a few times, Madam Speaker. Intelligence oversight, if you'll note from my remarks, we generally support, and that was difficult to do in minority government times, and during the majority government, it was not something that was looked at, Madam Speaker, but we've spoken in favor of it at times. I have, in fact, Peter MacKay, back in, I think, around 2006, spoke in favor of it. The final piece he said about rights is critical. Public safety is a balancing between our important freedoms, liberties, and rights and public safety and security. We should be very careful. But as I said, there are legal thresholds required for preventative arrest that bake into them evidence, a threshold, and trust in law enforcement to follow that in conjunction with the Crown, Madam Speaker. We have the best legal system in the world. We have the best law enforcement in the world, Madam Speaker. It can always be better. We can make it better, but we can't tie their hands. We need, if someone is killed in a mosque or guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier, Madam Speaker, their rights are erased. So let's not bind the hands of law enforcement who have a tough job to do to keep Canadians safe. That's why we don't support the provision in Bill C-59.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the 2015 election, Bill C-51 was front and center in my riding. There were rallies held across the rally against Bill C-51. People were really angry with the Conservative government for putting it forward, and they were almost equally angry with the Liberal government for also supporting it at that time. And when you look at this current Bill C-59, I just want to quote from Carl Zwiebel, Acting General Counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. All Canadian laws must comply with the Charter. Bill C-59 tries harder than its predecessor but fails to fix some of the unconstitutional elements contested in Bill C-51. Troublingly, C-59 also allows intelligence agencies to engage in conduct that threatens freedom of expression, freedom of association, privacy, and public safety. The government has taken a first step, but a great deal more is needed. Canada must get it right on national security. So I'm interested in my colleagues' comments on that C-59 continues to threaten freedom of expression, freedom of association, privacy, and public safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd refer the member with respect to privacy to the comments of the Privacy Commissioner, who has provided testimony that would directly contradict what the member is saying. At least the NDP, Madam Speaker, has been intellectually consistent with respect to the elements of Bill C-51. The Liberals voted for it, now they're undoing it. The Liberals praised some of the elements of it on preventive arrest and now are caving on it. I think that's more due to electoral fortunes than anything else, Madam Speaker. But I would refer the member from Kootenay, Columbia, and anyone protesting in his riding to look at the testimony of Patrice Vincent's sister, Louise Vincent, from March 2015. That's what she said. It would have been able to prepare even more material for the Attorney General who, with a lower burden of proof, would have agreed to issue a warrant. On October 20th of last year, Martin Couture-Rouleau very likely would have been in prison and my brother would not be dead. That was the young man, Mr. Rouleau, who law enforcement knew was a threat and in fact had discussed with the Crown whether they could meet the burden for preventative arrest. We're not requiring no burden, but we're also not saying to law enforcement that you have to be ready to go to trial if you fear there's an imminent risk to public safety and security. And we saw Patrice Vincent had not done anything to Mr. Rouleau. He had a uniform on, and law enforcement could not protect him. So that's why our laws have to reflect the world we live in. Not a perfect world, not a dream world. We have to balance rights and liberties alongside public safety and security. I think putting the threshold too high puts Canadians at risk, and that's why we have been consistent on this point. The Liberals have not been. At least that member, they have been consistent. I respect that. But we, forming the next government, will have to make sure that we can tell Canadians we will always make their safety a priority.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Pierre Fond-Dollard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Durham mentions his friend Suleiman Ahmed, who also turns out to be my friend, Suleiman Ahmed. And I happen to know how much work he and his whole cohort of parents have put into making this bill come to life in terms of getting their children off a no-fly list where they don't belong. And I think he would be shocked to know that his friend from Durham is no longer supporting this measure.
Terrible.
Can he explain to us why he's doing this to his good friend, Mr. Suleiman?
Don't understand it.
The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, I really want to thank my Liberal friend for the question. He's not surprised because I spoke to him about 30 minutes ago as a courtesy, because he is a wonderful Canadian, as are the parents of the no-fly list kids. So I explained to him that our commitment, should we form government in the fall, is we will deliver the redress system faster and more effectively than the government who's lumped it into an omnibus bill. And I explained to him that when there's an omnibus bill, we have to look at what elements we support and what elements we don't. This is why the member from Winnipeg North used to rail about omnibus bills when he was on this side of the chamber, which he soon will be again, Madam Speaker. But I want to thank the member for that question, because at the end of the day, I think, leaving the partisanship aside, we should thank families like those, like the Ahmed family and others, for their thoughtful advocacy. They worked with both sides of the House. They appeared at committee. They did a really innovative social media campaign, so much so that I think there's a business case study on their effective advocacy. So I think both the honourable member and myself can say to Suleiman, this is something that we've identified as a gap. They put it into this bill. We're giving it a commitment to be a priority should we form government. I think both sides are committed to fixing that element of the no-fly list quandary. But at the end of the day, we should thank Canadians for engaging with parliamentarians. We represent you. We're not perfect, nor are any bills perfect. But your advocacy helps make positive change, and I want to thank them for doing that.
Resuming debate. Oh, the Honourable Government House Leader has point of order.
Madam Speaker, I think the member from Durham has been quite clear that things might not be perfect, but it's important that we move them ahead, and that's exactly why when it comes to this legislation, we've not been able to find agreements could not be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the following: consideration of certain amendments to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, and second reading stage of Bill C-101, an act to amend the Customs Tariff and the Canadian International Trade Tribunal Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of each of the previously mentioned bills. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, should we not be able to find a way forward, I wish to give notice that with respect to consideration of the Senate amendments to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, and second reading stage of Bill C-101, an act to amend the Customs Tariff and the Canadian International Trade Tribunal Act, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, the debate be not further adjourned. Hopefully we're able to find a better way forward, though, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to speak on such an important bill today. Yesterday marked the 75th anniversary of D-Day, a very important turning point in the Second World War, and one where Canada was overwhelmingly able to contribute and further the cause of peace and security in the world. And why do I bring that up? Because this is a bill respecting national security matters, and one that we must take very seriously given the nature of the threats that are facing not only Canada here at home, but the world at this point. For the first time in many, many years, we are actually seeing the rise of great powers. We are seeing an increase in the amount of threats
that are facing our country. And those threats are not coming only in the terms of troops on the ground or weapons or guns being fired. They're actually coming from what we call non-traditional or asymmetric threats, where we can be sitting here at home and we can find that information manipulation and cyber threats and online instigating of violence are having a significant contribution on people who would want to commit these acts. We must be vigilant. Democracy is fragile, and those men that sacrificed their lives for what we have today, 70 years ago, must be honored. And how do we honor them? Yes, we remember the incredible sacrifice that they made, but we also have been entrusted with preserving the security and the values for which our nation stands going forward. And what are those values? Those values are safeguarding the freedom of individual liberty, the principles of democracy, and the rule of law. And every time any one of those things are eroded, we must stand and be counted to ensure that we do honor their memory and we remember what exactly they fought for and what we must also fight for into the future. So what does C-59 actually do? C-59 is appears to be making it look that this Liberal government actually takes national security threats seriously. In a world of increasing threats, they are wanting to show that they are doing something. Unfortunately, it is more about show than actual reality. Significant parts of this bill take existing legislation and muddied the waters. They make it weaker. They make the wording so that it's more difficult to execute on. And instead of giving money to the areas that will further actual pointy-end national security efforts, they are putting money into more bureaucracy, more red tape, and ensuring that, in fact, nothing is actually able to get done. This is highly disconcerting because if Canadians don't understand what the threats are, and if our national security agencies and our law enforcement people have less ability and less legislation and weaker and more confusing legislation and more bureaucracy to be able to actually execute on making sure that we're safe and secure, then what exactly are we trying to accomplish? And I think that's one of the more fundamental reasons why we, the Conservatives, cannot support this motion, because it's a lot of bureaucracy, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors, it's attempting to make it look like the Liberals are serious about taking national security serious, when in fact it's just compounding the problem and confusing the issue. That's right. They have combined it all into one organization, the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, and we're not able to actually see what that's going to do and what their mandate will be.
Unfortunately, we have to end the debate here for now, but the honourable member will have 15 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-372, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, pension plans and group insurance plans. On behalf of Ms. Gill. Ms. Gill, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, move that Bill 372, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, pension plans and group insurance plans, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, on October 17, 2017, when Sears Canada announced its bankruptcy, I tabled Bill 372, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and Companies Creditors Arrangements Act. The 20,000 tragedies that were created reminded me of the 1,000 tragedies that Manicouagan saw in 2015, and hence the relevancy of my bill. Madam Speaker, in January 2015, Cliffs Natural Resources, a U.S. company in Fairmont and Sept-Îles in Quebec and in Wabush, Labrador, placed itself under the Creditors Arrangements Act protection, and overnight, 1,000 retirees lost nearly 1/4 of their pensions and collective insurance. These workers, through a collective agreement, would have accepted to give up part of their salaries for years and to create a pension fund. And when Cliffs went bankrupt, they lost the salary. It was stolen from them. These tragedies, I've seen them in my region. These are human stories. They have faces and they have names. I can think of Mr. Bertrand Thériault from Sept-Îles, who worked for 30 years at Cliffs pellet plant. And for 30 years, he fulfilled his half of the bargain, but it's all gone to dust. Mr. Thériault and his wife had to sell their home. And to survive, they had to leave their retirement and repair bikes at the Canadian Tire. I can think of Ms. Dolores Chevary and her spouse who has cancer. And when Cliffs closed, the couple found themselves in a very precarious situation after they lost their drug coverage. And for these seniors, their bills reached several thousands of dollars. And they just tried to get care. They didn't have enough money. And while paradoxically, the multinational continued to generate profits for shareholders during the bankruptcy process and even after, it was to the detriment of people like Bertrand Thériault and Thérèse Chevary. Our laws allow these tragedies, and as legislators, we have the power to change things. And if politicians are often seen as powerless, it's because they choose to be so. Today, I would ask you to make a shining demonstration of what politics can do through one thing, political will. And what I'm proposing with Bill C-372 is to radically change the way our legislation covers pension funds for workers and retirees. Right now, it is seen as an ordinary debt, the same thing like as a telephone or credit card bill would be. And it's the same thing for the sum that is given to workers for their loss of collective insurance. Throughout their careers, workers give up an important portion of their salary to put into a pension fund because they know that their efforts will allow them to live well during their retirement. And in exchange, when an employer accepts to participate in a pension fund through a collective agreement, they agree to allow workers to benefit from this throughout their years of service. The salary of workers belongs to workers. And also the money they defer belongs to them as well. No one can deny this. And if our legislation rightly gives priority to unpaid salaries, it should also do so for debts. Our laws create two categories of salaries, and we have to correct this situation. Our legislation should be just. A pension fund is made with salaries. Yes, salaries. Therefore, workers should have the right to these salaries. Workers and pensioners. Madam Speaker, you would agree that this is a serious injustice. When this Parliament will recognize this fact, legislators will be able to act to end this injustice. What I am proposing through my legislation, Bill C-372, is to recognize, take action, and allow for more justice. My bill is very simple. There are 5 articles to modify 2 laws. Articles 1 to 4 modify the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. First, in case of bankruptcy, there should be total payment of special costs when the employer participates in a pension fund, regardless of its nature. This would mean, in concrete terms, that workers will no longer lose their pensions if there's a bankruptcy or restructuring, as we've seen on all too many occasions. Article 2 of this bill means there'll be a non-capitalized asset, and often people think that this will increase credit costs for companies and may require banks to no longer loan to them. But there has been an independent financial analysis done in 2010 that says for companies that are investment grade but have pension fund deficits, the impact on the cost of capital is 0.16%. This is an amount that is easily borne and should be borne when you consider that the social cost that comes when these companies seek to enter bankruptcy for the purpose of double dipping and making profit. The bankruptcy of a company won't make big banks close their doors, but it can have an effect on our retirees. Article 3 of this bill will mean that some special payments will be guaranteed. And Article 4 will have a section for privileged debts. And I think there should be greater protection here for workers. This is a form of remuneration. These are workers' rights that workers have fought for, and the security of our seniors would be at risk. Article 5 of this bill will modify the act that if there is restructuring that would take a part of workers' pension away, they would receive an indemnity for loss of collective insurance. If C-32 is adopted, it would remedy this injustice. And never again would anyone experience the tragedy that these retirees have seen, for example, the ones from Cliffs. In conclusion, I know that one of the members of this government is often solicited by lobbyists, and this minister is responsible for the act. And I know that all Federalist parties have supported the previous report from the government that proposed the status quo. I know that people don't want C-372 because they'll do everything in their power to try and kill this bill. I know that. And I know also, unfortunately, that in the future other companies will go bankrupt and there'll be similar situations. And what my bill offers is not the opportunity to do things better, but the duty to change things and do things better. When I will vote for this bill, I will think of the retirees from Cliffs and also the ones from Nortel, Sears, Mabe, and Stelco, and many others for whom I'd like to render justice. And I hope all my other colleagues will be able to vote according to their conscience as well. We should never forget our principles. I'll never forget mine, and I'll always represent them proudly and with dignity. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, does she have a question? Inaudible. I'd like to know, do you think that your bill, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know if this bill will solve all of the issues that we've seen, because the 2019 budget, we did put some of these issues on the table and it'll solve some of them. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I think my colleague did not understand the intent of my bill. We're talking about legislative measures there are no measures in the 2019 budget to remedy the situation I mentioned, or any will to deal with this, or I imagine the Liberals would have done it over the past 4 years. Also, as I said earlier, when parties provided their decision on the report, when it was revised, they voted in favor of the status quo. They could have voted for change in favor of retirees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing this important information or issue to us. But one of the questions I have to ask her, because she mentioned in her speech about Sears, Nortal, Cliff Mines, Wabash Mines, and others, does she see this going as a company abusing the current legislation as a way of unloading the liabilities to workers?
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, if I understood his question correctly, my Hamilton from Hamilton Mountain was asking if this bill, if the legislation could be abused. There's a case that I find rather interesting. We're talking about a multinational company. Cliff decided to end its activities in Quebec and Labrador. It went bankrupt there. At the same time, what happened after, and I'll give you a few figures, in 2015, in 2016, they made $159 million in profit and millions of profit in 2017 and more than $1 billion in profits last year. So for me, it's clear these companies can pay and must pay what they owe retirees and workers. And there should be bills that force them to do so. Otherwise, you can see what happens. They make profit on the back of workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her bill and what she proposed earlier. I would ask her to listen to my speech to clarify the government's position and where we could make some amendments. Earlier, she was talking about people, and in my writing, I'm really aware of the people who were affected by Sears when it closed its doors. So it's something that affects all members here. Everyone is very aware of this issue and sensitive towards it. All Canadians deserve to retire in peace, and our government recognizes this reality and has taken a certain number of important measures to improve the retirement income system in Canada, particularly through improvements to the old age security and Canada pension systems. At the same time, our government recognizes that there were recent companies who have gone bankrupt, and this has caused difficulties for workers, pensioners, and SMEs, such as suppliers. And that is why our government committed in our 2018 budget to adopt a pan-governmental approach based on evidence to improve retirement safety. And in 2018, our government held national consultations to obtain detailed feedback about how we can improve the safety of retirement. And we met with workers' groups, pensioners, companies, funders, experts, and others. We also received many discussion papers from these stakeholders. The public also made its opinions heard on these issues, and we received more than 4,400 feedback forms online. I listened to Canadians, and our government listened to them and proposed a full toolkit to improve the safety of retirement in our 2019 budget. However, Bill C-372 is not as ambitious. It proposes 3 amendments to Canadian legislation on insolvency that could have disastrous consequences on the Canadian market and the competitiveness of our companies. Madam Speaker, it's important by starting to describe the Canadian insolvency system, which is efficient. Canada has two main laws on insolvency: the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, which covers bankruptcy and restructuring for companies, small companies, and the companies' arrangements, which covers the restructuring of large companies with more than $5 million in debt. These two laws include clear and predictable rules for payment of debt when a company is liquidated and when a company is restructured. These rules were specifically designed to support the fundamental objectives of Canada's insolvency system, which include people having to turn to the court system and to promoting the restructuring of viable companies and to preserve good jobs and economic value in Canada. Within this act, for example, many insolvent companies were able to avoid liquidation, which would have had impacts on the retirement system, their pension funds and social benefits, and cut jobs. These companies were able to continue business, preserve good jobs for the middle class, and continue to fund retirement schemes and social benefits. Our insolvency system does have some regulating mechanisms to protect pensions. First, these payments, retirement payments, are in a trust fund and only benefit pensioners. Second, unpaid payments to retirement funds are paid before guaranteed credits. Third, all restructuring agreements required the agreement of courts to ensure fairness, and courts often order companies to pay at its own expense its legal representation for pensioners and employees affected by insolvency. So Bill C-379 proposes changing our legislation in three ways, and it could harm the fundamental objectives of our system and have negative economic effects. First, it's going to change these two acts to give super priority to non-capitalized retirement commitments and special payments. And these debts would be paid before almost all other debts if there's an insolvency procedure. A non-capitalized retirement commitment makes a difference between short-term assets and future assets for a company. Special payments are additional contributions from employers, sometimes established by regulatory agencies to pay back debts. Secondly, this legislation will create a priority debt if there is a bankruptcy and employees experience losses in terms of their collective health insurance, life insurance, invalidity insurance, health care, dental care, and other types of care. This legislation also requires these payments to be fully made within the restructuring plan provided under the Act. Thirdly, this bill makes a priority debt for unpaid debts. First, these proposals will reduce companies' ability to restructure. Sometimes these deficits can be very high and even several billions of dollars. Social benefits for employees can also be very expensive, and the creation of a super priority to make these debts come before any other debts, well, they would also have to be fully indemnified for any losses, and this would reduce any motivation to support a restructuring agreement from other agencies. Companies may lose access to temporary financing, and these are often essential when they want to implement a restructuring plan. So we could act strategically and reduce their exposure to these companies, and we could require them to pay back their debt at the beginning of an insolvency procedure. While measures in this bill have already been implemented in the past, a lot of this restructuring in the insolvency system in Canada probably wouldn't have happened because it would have led to job losses and losses in pension plans. Companies that have defined contribution pension plans or collective insurance programs may have to increase their costs and they'll become less competitive. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude. Well, you're showing me that my time is running out quickly. I had a lot of things to say about this legislation, but I'll have to conclude now. I'm just looking for my final paper here. It's coming. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the bill we have before us today is not a pan-governmental approach based on evidence to improve retirement security. It reduces companies' ability to restructure and to keep jobs. Moreover, it'll undermine the competitive nature of our companies and hurt workers and pensioners. However, I'm happy that our government's measures will help to protect pensions and that Canada does have effective laws to regulate the market and that we will continue to employ Canadian workers across the country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Durham. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today and to speak on this bill. And also, I'd like to thank the member from Manicouagan for this bill on a very important issue. The question of retirement security is very important. And overall, for our seniors, this is an even more important issue for the Conservatives. And I agree that there is a problem with our pension funds, but I do not agree with the solution proposed in this legislation. This bill will create more issues for companies in difficulty, companies that are experiencing financial issues. And this approach will create more problems. And that is why I do not agree with this bill. I introduced a bill, 405, last year. It was on this issue, Madam Speaker. And the Bloc and others did not support that bill. However, that's unfortunate. This bill did cover issues for small business.
I introduced Bill C-405, Madam Speaker, because while we can agree there's a problem with underfunded pension liabilities for pension plans, not the contribution-based plans, but defined benefit plans, when the pension is underfunded, we know that's a problem if there's insolvency of the company. But if you change the bankruptcy laws, if you change them to a point that you're causing more companies at risk to go insolvent, to liquidate, the solution being proposed by the Bloc is actually worse than what they're trying to cure, even though we're in agreement. My bill tried to address the issue of underfunded pension liabilities without the impact that changing the bankruptcy laws for Canada and the insolvency laws and the CCAA would do. Mon projet de loi.
My bill would have limited excessive payments, which led to pension fund issues, and it would have helped to protect retirements, and it would have offered administrators solutions to protect and improve pension funds. My bill would have strengthened transparency and accountability by improving national reports on the health of pension funds. There were a lot of solutions, and it would not have created the same issues as this bill does, Madam Speaker.
The public policy challenges of underfunded defined contribution pension plans without causing the harm to businesses that are in financial distress that won't be able to receive financing if they have an underfunded pension because they won't be loaned money by creditors, Madam Speaker. So I agree with the MP's public policy issue here, but we have to have a solution that doesn't cause disruptions in her province, in my province, and across the country. And one interesting point, Madam Speaker, that the member may not know is Ontario has a pension benefit guarantee fund. So we've talked a lot about Sears employees. Some of the Sears employees, in Ontario at least, will get assistance from the pension benefit guarantee fund. Other provinces don't have that, Madam Speaker. And so then, of course, it would be unfair to Ontario, which funds and backstops a pension benefit guarantee fund, to change national insolvency legislation. I worked as a lawyer on the insolvency and the protection process for Air Canada, Madam Speaker, which I know that member thinks highly of, our national carrier based in Montreal, Madam Speaker. I was at the law firm that worked for Stikeman Elliott that represented Air Canada in its restructuring, and it successfully restructured, as many MPs will know when they take Air Canada back to their provinces later today. And what CCAA does by putting a focus on restructuring, not on liquidating, restructuring a company saves all the jobs, saves the pension by keeping it a growing concern, makes all the suppliers whole to the most part, or tries to, and also keeps that business operating. In the case of Air Canada, keeps it providing an important service that a lot of Canadians use. So our focus when companies are in trouble must be to help the company survive. If the company survives, the pension fund is fine. If the company does not survive, then the proceeds, the liquidation will take place. And even if we made super priority of pensions, with most companies, Madam Speaker, it would still only amount to pennies on the dollar or a much reduced pension outcome. And so my bill, C-405, tried to give pension administrators the ability to keep that fund going within another fund so that the pensioners who were stranded could get the upside of an existing fund, the pooling of resources, the ability for their returns to go up. In an insolvency, the pension administrator, all they can do is buy an annuity. So they're already going to lock those pensioners into a far lower annuity payment amount because that annuity has to be purchased at a time that the markets are likely bad, and it will basically guarantee a bad outcome for pensioners. So what is the solution? Keep them operating. CCAA's focus is maintaining those companies as going concerns and their pensions and their employees. Let's take out some of the abuse. Bill C-405 took out some of the abuse of key employee retention plan payments, where Canadians would see with companies large executive payments that seem to drain the company of resources while the pension was underfunded. Bill C-405 also tried to work with provinces, with securities regulators, to make sure that there was a national health report on pensions each year. Canada already produces one, but doesn't collaborate with the provinces where most of these pensions are administered, Madam Speaker. So the federal government can change insolvency legislation, but these are actually in many cases provincial pension funds. And cases like Sears, where Sears Canada had its assets hollowed out by its main shareholder in the United States, thereby stripping out resources that could have been used for the pension, some of those actions can be prevented by securities laws and securities regulation, Madam Speaker. So my approach was also to have a report where all levels of government and security commissions looked at ways to prevent the stripping out of resources to help provide. So a lot of people out there, including great people at the Canadian Pension Federation and CARP and others, see this issue, see changing our bankruptcy and insolvency laws as a magic bullet. It is not, Madam Speaker, because I don't think any people want to see more companies driven into liquidation. We want to see them survive. But how can we backstop and preserve the payment to these seniors or to these pensioners? I think there's a way to do it without the negative consequences of super priority, as it's called. And why do I know that this approach is better? Because multiple governments at multiple levels have never fulfilled on pension super priority, and even bills here in this Parliament are late in the session on it, because the studies have shown more companies will go under as a result. So we want the companies to survive. That's what CCAA, that's what restructuring legislation is about. So the jobs and the pensions are preserved. So I want to thank the member for her bill, thank her for the opportunity for me to speak on the elements of the issue I agree with her on is an issue we've got to tackle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know my grandchildren, my grandson, my granddaughter are watching. I want to say hello to Oliver and Lena while I have a chance.
Hello, guys.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to the Private Member's Bill C-372, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, sponsored by the member of Mattaquagan. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for bringing this bill forward. Like my bill, C-384, and like former Senator Eagleton's bill, S-253, this bill would bring about legislative changes needed to protect the economic well-being of Canadian workers and their families. As members in this House know, I have invested a great deal of my time advocating for the protection of workers, pensions and benefits. I've been pushing this government for over 3 years to bring forward legislation, but no, this government is too afraid to offend their corporate friends. Yeah. They hide behind fancy words like unintended consequences and consultations meant only for this show. This government has made it very clear what side they're on, and it's not the side of Canadian workers, retirees, and their families. I've been a member of the United Steelworkers Union for 35 years. 25 of those I spent on the shop floor at Stelco in Hamilton, and 10 of those years I acted as president of my local union at Stelco plant called Stelwire. In 2004, I was part of the negotiating team that spent 2 years working through the first bankruptcy restricting procedure under the CCAA, and just 2 years ago, watched as my former union wrapped up negotiations in their second go-around, the restructuring under the CCAA. As you can imagine, the inequities and difficulties caused by the inadequacy in Canada's bankruptcy and insolvency laws are of great interest and concern to me. I have seen damage caused by our inadequate laws, and I am determined to see them changed. The rights of workers to a fair and stable pensions and secure benefits has been a concern to me of my whole working life. This is why I am happy to see the legislation that secures workers' pensions and benefits finally come to the floor in the House of Commons. Make no mistake, I would rather have seen my own bill, C-384, up for debate, But there is enough in common between this bill and my bill that I and the rest of my caucus colleagues will support its passage. And I salute my colleague from Mattaquagin for bringing forward that will protect Canadian workers, retirees, and their families, and I say, merci beaucoup. Many Canadian companies using Canada's bankruptcy laws to effectively gain concessions from their employees and escape responsibility for often huge pension deficits they seem themselves have created. Workers are then left with the threat of reduced pensions and health care benefits. Large multinational corporations are also using Canada's inadequate bankruptcy laws to take money meant for workers' pensions and divert it to pay off their secured creditors, who are often their parent companies. This, Madam Speaker, is organized theft. Pensions are, after all, deferred wages, plain and simple. Diverting, withholding, or seizing those funds should be illegal. Changing Canada's inadequate bankruptcy laws and insolvency laws is all about fairness for workers. It's important to point out that the Liberals campaign on a promise to improve the income retirement security for all Canadian seniors, but have refused to take any meaningful action. Changes proposed in recent budget legislation encouraging parties to act in good faith and clarifying the discretion of judges in CCAA proceedings does nothing concrete to protect workers' pensions and benefits. As Chris Roberts, Policy Director of the Canadian Labour Congress, had to say about pension provisions in government's Budget Implementation Act, modifications brought to Bill C-97 on the Bankruptcy Insolvency Act, as well as the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, are inadequate and represent a missed opportunity to prevent members of a defined benefits program and retirees from being victims of injustices that would result from losing their benefits when business become insolvent. What's even more disheartening, Madam Speaker, is that this government refused to even acknowledge the grim future of the workers and retirees involved in recent bankruptcy proceedings like Sears, Stelco, Wabash, and Cliff Mines. Madam Speaker, this bill will amend the Bankruptcy Insolvency Act and the CCAA so that the companies will have to bring any pension fund to 100% before paying any secured creditors. It will also make amendments to require companies to pay any termination or severance pay owing before paying any secured creditors. These amendments will inject some fairness and protection into a process that often sees interests of workers, retirees, and their families placed behind all others in a bankruptcy, liquidation, or restructuring process. The recent collapse of Sears Canada has focused attention on the injustices inherent to the Canada bankruptcy insolvency laws. These amendments will help to fix these imbalances and provide Canadian workers, retirees, and their families the protection they expect and deserve. Our current bankruptcy laws give priorities to investors, banks, and parent companies over workers' pensions and benefits. Time and time again, proceedings under those laws result in the interests of workers being overshadowed by the interests of rich investors and banks. Workers often lose severance pay benefits, pension benefits, health benefits. Management also make out like bandits, giving themselves huge bonuses while cutting off the benefits of workers and retirees. And Madam Speaker, this is an equity issue. At a time when 82% of the wealth in this country is going to the top 1%, and when we see executives at Sears being paid over $6.5 million in bonuses, while the workers are denied severance or termination pay, have their benefits cut off, and see their pensions reduced, we have to recognize and work to eliminate the growing gap between the haves and have-nots in this country. It's a matter of basic decency and human rights, and every Canadian deserves no less. Madam Speaker, it is important that I point out one significant difference between my Bill C-384 and the current bill before us, and I also have to say that I hope it's a difference that can be addressed at committee through what I would like to think it would be a friendly amendment. In my private member's bill, there is a clause that would prevent a company from stopping the payment of any retirement benefits during any proceedings under the BIA or CCAA. This is a fairly common practice, and it causes great hardship for workers and retirees. And as far as I can see, the exclusion of any language dealing with this problem is the only substantial difference I can see between my bill and the bill before us today. So, Madam Speaker, these legislative changes will inject some fairness into a process that will often see interests of workers, retirees, and their families placed behind all others in a bankruptcy, liquidation, or restructuring process. Canadians know this is wrong to allow pensions and benefits to be stolen and are demanding that our inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws be changed to protect workers, retirees, and their families. And Madam Speaker, I have gone across this country on many town hall meetings to listen to people that are concerned, and many people did not know of our bankruptcy laws, that their pensions could be reduced. They think it's a shame. They can't believe that's even happening in our country. And I know I got to close up, Madam Speaker, but what I'm trying to get at is they want to see a change, and they're making a strong message there. I know in Hamilton in 2015, I made that commitment to my constituents in Hamilton Mountain and all Hamiltonians. And when I crossed the country, I also made that commitment to the Canadians. I made a promise I would fight in this House to make sure that our inadequate laws, that we do not no longer lose. This is our money, it's deferred wages. So, Madam Speaker, when I made that commitment, I know many others in this House made that commitment and a promise, and especially all the members from Hamilton. And I'm going to keep my promise. And that's why I'm supporting this bill. And I expect the other members from Hamilton to support this bill and keep their promise to Hamiltonians also.
Yes.
So by closing, Madam Speaker, I want to say again, thank you very much to the sponsor of this. I do believe that it's time to change. We got to stop the fear-mongering about big corporations that are saying they won't be able to get investments. That is just false. We have to turn the tide to make sure that retirees and workers get their money that they negotiated all through their lives, and not to be stolen by corporations that want to unload their liabilities because they made mistakes of their jobs when they're running the company. So again, I thank you for the time. I hope everybody supports this. We made promises. Let's keep them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of pensions has always been of keen interest for me, going back to the days in which I was a member of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly. And as it's been pointed out, it's not only the national government, but also the provincial governments that also have to play a critical role in terms of the way in which we can ensure individuals and, when we use the word pensions, I like the term of the fact that this is deferred income. For many people, when we go to work and we work those 8-hour days or however number of hours one puts in, there's a great deal of consideration given in terms of the benefits that go beyond that hourly rate or weekly or monthly rate that is given to an employee. And it is a deferred income when you think of pensions. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's important when we talk about pensions that we don't look at it as something that's far away, that there was no sacrifice that was given. Pensions, private pensions, public pensions, these are all a part of an individual's income. And as opposed to receiving that income today, they want that income, that additional income, when it comes time for retirement. So one can only imagine the impact it has on someone that's been working for a series of years, only to be denied or that pension being threatened because they have already put in their time to justify that income upon retirement. Pension programs, as I say, going back for many years, I can recall walking on a picket line, and it would have been back in the early 90s with some constituents of mine. And I was actually quite surprised and I would ultimately say shocked in terms of to hear that to the degree in which many private companies have marginal pensions at best in certain situations. And here was a relatively large company, and I'm walking along a picket line and listening to what workers had to say and the types of things that they were fighting for. And one of those issues was, in fact, the pension. trying to ensure that they would have a reasonable pension so when it came time for them to be able to retire. Can you imagine putting in 30-plus years, especially in a labor situation, Madam Speaker, and only deriving $400 a month out of that after committing 30-plus years to a pension? And it was really that particular strike situation and walking along that line, listening to the workers, that's really what kind of gave me that epiphany in terms of pensions really matter. And this was back in the early 90s, Madam Speaker, when that had occurred. And my interest in pensions has never diminished. But I recognize that when you talk about pensions, that you need to factor in the idea that it's not just the federal government in Ottawa. The provinces play a critical role in this also. And one of the things that I've can really appreciate is the fact that it doesn't cross or I should say it crosses party lines. Often it's about leadership from within where we will see progressive steps being taken. And I would challenge members that like to sometimes believe one party is better than the other, and I'm actually referring to my New Democratic friends. One of the policy issues that came out during the NDP government, an NDP government in which my colleague across the way that just finished speaking, where there were actually members within that cabinet. And they might recall the policy in Ontario at the time, I believe it was Too Big to Fall, where they looked at pension funds and used pension funds as a tool to support a company's expansion and survival, Mr. Speaker. And those were NDP cabinet members that sat around a table and allowed that to take place. That greatly diminished the security of pensions, Madam Speaker. And there was a tangible example. So as much as we like to point fingers, Madam Speaker, at the private sector or other parties at times, I think it's important to recognize that likely one of the greatest failures from a government policy perspective was when the NDP were in power in the province of Ontario. And that was a significant change which really had a profoundly negative impact on the idea of pensions. I do believe, personally, that what we need to see is proactive approaches coming from governments of all different levels that will provide assurances in strengthening the security of pensions, Madam Speaker. And that's why, if you take a look at this, at the last budget that we introduced, we put in the budget policy that would restrain unreasonable executive payments by requiring the publicly traded companies hold non-binding say-on-pay shareholder votes and allowing courts to scrutinize and, if appropriate, hold directors liable for unreasonable executive payments made in the lead-up to insolvency. Madam Speaker, there is nothing, I believe, that really irates a worker that sees a company that's having financial difficulty go for bankruptcy, and then you hear of these multi-million-dollar payouts to directors or to management, Madam Speaker, because that's, from my perspective, I see that as taking away from pension funds, Madam Speaker. This is something that I believe you'll find within the budget that we are about to pass. Actually, it was just yesterday we were talking about the budget implementation bill. This budget takes a very tangible
action that provides an additional security to our pension funds, Madam Speaker. And I think it really strikes a positive accord to many of those individual workers that at times feel threatened because of what's taking place in a company. Imagine, if you will, through this budget, now we have a court process that will be there to, in essence, indirectly monitor, Madam Speaker, these executive payouts, which will go into, and directors' payouts, which will literally go into the millions of dollars at the cost of the person working on the factory floor or in the retail outlet, Madam Speaker, or whatever else it might be. And that's why, you know, when I think of the pensions and the whole issue of solvency, bankruptcies, there is things that the government can do, both at the federal and provincial level, and I'm glad that we've actually been able to address it, at least in part, Madam Speaker. Yes, we can. There's always opportunities for us to look at ways in which we can, enhance it more. And I look forward, hopefully over the next number of years, to be able to dig in deeper on the issue, Madam Speaker. This government has been working with the many different stakeholders to ensure that where government can take actions that will, in fact, be to the benefit of the worker and our economy, Madam Speaker, that the government is interested in taking those actions wherever it is that we can. Pensions do matter. That's why we put so much emphasis on achieving that CPP agreement with the different provinces. First time in 15 or so years where we actually got the different levels of government, the province and the federal government, coming into an agreement on CPP contributions so that the working person is going to get more money when it comes time to retire. That's why we invested more money in terms of the guaranteed income supplement, Madam Speaker. This government understands and appreciates the value and the importance of pensions for our seniors and for our workers, Madam Speaker, and that's why we've taken the action to date, and there's going to be so much more that we can and will be doing into the future, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
How much time would I have?
I'll have to interrupt at 1:30.
1:30, okay.
At 2:30, sorry.
2:30. Well, Madam Speaker, I truly appreciate the opportunity to stand up and speak on this issue, and I'll mention why. Well, first of all, clearly it's an important issue. Income security in retirement is something that people work towards. However, it has been something maybe over time that people have not really given much thought to until later years when they approached retirement. At one point, when pensions were very solid and secure, our society really didn't pay that much attention to the potential risks in the future if the economy changed. For example, if returns on investments were not kept up, and if companies, because of newly competitive environments, faced financial difficulties and sometimes even insolvency and bankruptcy. So, early on, when I guess the population was a bit younger, when the demographics were different, we just paid into our company pensions and really didn't think about the possibility that someday that nest egg might not be there, or if it were to be there, that it would be smaller than we had anticipated. Madam Speaker, my engagement with the issue began shortly after I was elected in 2004, because I have many constituents who worked for companies that whose pension plans did not produce at the end because of bankruptcy. And I'll start by saying that I have many former Nortel employees living in my riding of Lac Saint Louis. There was a major Nortel facility down the highway from where the riding is located. And many of my constituents had careers there, very good careers, only to find out one day that their pension payments were going to be much, much less than what they had anticipated. I also have many Air Canada employees living in my riding of Lac Saint Louis, Madam Speaker. And while the company is doing very well today, there was a time when one didn't know if the company was going to continue to be a going concern, and there was actually a deficit in the pension plan. I'm not sure exactly where things line up with the pension plan right now, but it's much better than it was maybe 10, 15 years ago. So various stakeholder groups have been meeting with me over the years, including the Nortel pensioners and including the Air Canada pioneers, who are the retirees of Air Canada. And as I say, I have very many Air Canada employees in my riding because the riding is in such close proximity to the airport. I also, in my riding until not long ago, had the operations, a facility of a company that made news about pensions, Indelex, Madam Speaker. Indelex had a plant in my riding, and as we know, that case went to, I think it was Ontario Superior Court. It has become a rather well-known pension case. Now, Madam Speaker, the government has also been engaged with this issue as you know, groups like CARP and others have interacted with the government to press for greater protections for pensioners, Madam Speaker. And the government has listened. It may not have come up with all the solutions yet. There may be more solutions coming in the future to what is an extremely complex problem. Pensions, while the issue is very important, and while it concerns a growing number of people who are focused on it, it is also one of the more complex issues. It's a financial issue. It involves markets. You know, anything that involves actuaries is by definition something that is complex and maybe a little hard to understand all the facets of. But the government has taken the issue seriously. In the budget 2018 budget, it committed to undertaking stakeholder consultations also with the broader Canadian population on measures that could be taken to ameliorate the situation beyond that which many groups have called for, and by that I mean the solution of giving you know, super priority to pensioners in bankruptcy proceedings. But the government, while it stopped short of that, for now anyway, did take the issue seriously and tasked the Minister of Innovation and Economic Development to undertake consultations. So these consultations were undertaken, and we saw some results of those consultations in the 2019 budget. Thank you, Madam.
Unfortunately, the time for our business is expired, and therefore the honourable member will have 3.5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. La période.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
This House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1, and I wish everyone a great weekend.